What is up, y'all, and welcome to Theist Helpline, the show where we ask theists what they believe in and why. We are about to get into the fun. Though we do have an official song now being worked on, getting a logo done, all sorts of fun things. I do want to thank my co-host, James W. We just did a fun stream the other day. More religious nonsense. Give me just a moment. I hope everyone is having a great weekend. But please don't forget to like, follow, subscribe. It gives you access to that bell icon so that you can hit it to all and see our premieres or join our live streams. So many great things. We have our channel membership. It helps keeps the lights on with our evolving badge system, which triggers creationists because things cannot evolve. The new thing I've been harping on, I guess not new, relatively new, but is just this whole creations really are artificial. A creation is something that, not to get too pedantic, that we create. And thus it would be something like a cake. It would be a house. I would even argue that it goes to other animals. That birds making nests is a creation. That beavers making dams is a creation. And yet when we have babies, we're actually forming them. Planets, when they first are collecting from gravity in the early solar system, form. It's different from using your hands or a trunk or something to build something than it is to just naturally form something. Trees naturally occur and they naturally form fruit. That is their way of a sexual organ. They do not have to create it, like sit there and be like, what size do I want this apple to be? It's not like that. Sending so much love out there to all the people who send in super chats, all of the people in our audience. What's up, Janice? Keep on saying hi. I'll most likely show people's name up on the screen while we're in the middle of conversation, but I'll still try to say hi to everyone in between. As well as all of our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman. James W. and myself send you lots of thanks. A bunch of our supporters sending love to Azo and Chris Disciple and Dale Pastel and davegar and Rachel Holen and Ian Davenport and Regos. We did a skeptic Bible study. We got back into it. It was a year before we had done a last one. It was way overdue. I want to start doing them more. As dull as it is, I keep on telling James the same thing. It's the best counter-apologetic, anti-Dawa, whatever version you want to call it. It's the best type of training because to see these stories firsthand really dispels a lot of the magic. I mean, it's either, and we have a joke, it's either exposition mode, very boring. Either they're just telling you things that you're like, why is this even useful? Or murder. Lots of murder. And so, good amount of war and genocide and, things that I think we've gotten over today, right? Probably. Anyway, sending so much love to everyone out there. I'm gonna wrap it up because I'm gonna jump on there in a second for the fun. Let me send a link out to Discord. Join us, misfits. I know that typing ASMR very hot on a live show. With that mechanical keyboard. There's some theist fun. Good enough. All right. I think I spelled misfits wrong. That's how we like it. Da-da. All right, I am getting us ready. Gonna go in there. I am sending love to everybody, and let's get ready to see if we can get some good some apologetic arguments. Summer went by fast. Not to date this episode, but did need a recharge. Did need some relaxing, but I am enjoying getting back in the producer side of things. What's up, Bilano Jeans? Hope I'm saying that right. Yes, I'm sending love to you and everybody out there. All right, sharing screen. Oh my goodness. All right. Please tell me if you guys can hear us properly. Woo,
Hey.
What's up, Taco? I'm setting my key for 1 second.
Just chilling, getting set up. Hopefully, we have some theists show up today. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I feel like they're all starting to flee a little bit.
Yeah, even on my new lives I'm doing, it's happening. It's just like, shit, they're running out. We're deconverting them all.
I was gonna say, maybe they're all becoming atheists. Just take a second to get set up, but I'm just glad I'm here on time. Trying to work on not being on Amy time any longer. Have you been having a good summer?
Yeah, it's all right so far.
Me?
Lots of chilling.
It's been very nice, though oddly rainy.
Yeah, that's been nice. It's nice. The rain's been nice for the garden for sure.
Oh, that's cool.
Did you see my rap?
You see your rap?
Yeah, did you see my rap that I did with B.S. Lewis?
I did not. I feel like I have to now.
Yeah, don't watch it on stream though, because you'll get flagged.
That's okay. I'm gonna look it up now.
Make sure it's not playing on your stream, because it will flag you on stream for copyright.
Yeah, I did review. Do you know who Danny is?
Danny? I don't know who Danny is.
Oh, just one of our atheists that used to frequent like our debate circles. Was like on a Jubilee debate challenge with Jordan Peterson.
Oh, Danny Philtalk. Yeah, I know who Danny Philtalk is.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I saw him. I was like, hey, that's Danny.
I don't think I've ever actually talked to him.
Well, he used to come on and get into heated debates with
I could get you on Tim Pool if you wanted to get on Tim Pool, probably.
Oh, sure. I'll debate or talk with anybody.
Yeah, you'd have to find somebody to debate you on something, but he'd probably fly you and another person out there to do a debate.
Well, they tell us not to talk about politics or religion. I'm up for talking about both.
Right. Well, you should find, if you find an opponent for something you want to talk about with that, let me know, and I'll reach out to Doobie and see if Temple, because he basically will take like any two people that want to debate something, right? But it just has to be something that he thinks is going to be good for the algorithm. So if it's good for the algorithm, whatever y'all want to talk about, he'll probably fly y'all out.
Oh my. Well, I mean,
he can put up like any topic, right?
The low-hanging fruit for me would always be the transgender issue, and then I really do want to do religious debates. Right. Just got to find some people, but there's probably some people out there.
You ready to get started here?
Yes, indeedy.
All right.
Sup, Robin?
All right.
To answer your question, hot. Yeah, Fahrenheit doesn't make any sense. It's a lovely SNL skit about the weird things in America.
All right. Hey, Ricardo, I see in the audience there. Looks like you're a Christian, probably. I'll pull you up in just a moment. I just want to do a quick intro for the audience while they get filled in. But hello, everybody. Thank you for joining the Theist Helpline today. Let me make sure my mic's not muted. Yep, it's not muted. That's good. So thank you, everybody, for joining the Theist Helpline today. It looks like it's just Amy and I. We might have some more joining us a little bit later, but we'll be pulling up audience members and helping to deconvert you all from your theism and make the world a better place, right? So it looks like Ricardo is wanting to get saved from his theism first. So we'll go ahead and pull Ricardo up, and then we'll be able to save the rest of y'all as we get through them one by one. What's going on, Ricardo?
Hello there.
Hey,
You guys
so
hear me?
you're looking to be saved today?
Hello.
Well, I'm actually here to save you.
That's impossible. You're a lost sheep. We're here to save the unrighteous theist, right? So what position is it that you hold on the theism topic?
My position is that Jesus is king, and you're a liar.
So are you a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim or what religious position do you take?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, so you're a Christian. And you think that Jesus, who died, if he existed, died like 2,000 years ago, you think he's like a modern day king of America?
Yeah.
Or what country do you think he's the king of?
Yeah, of the world, baby, of the world, of all of us, dog. He died for our sins. He died for your sin, and he's coming back soon. He's coming back, and you're gonna be very sorry.
If he existed,
Super
he
sorry.
died, right? So, I mean, I don't see how that could be a king of anything.
Well, because you don't understand. Like he allowed himself to be sacrificed for us, right? Does that sort of make sense?
No. Well, why would somebody sacrifice themselves for us 2,000 years in the future when we're much more moral? And that doesn't make sense. Like, we have a much better society nowadays than we did back then. You'd think
Well, because
that
it's all because of him, yeah, because of his moral laws, because of the morality that he instilled in us through
no.
through his
As the
teaching.
society becomes more secular, the society becomes more moral. That's the point.
That's not true at all.
It
Literally,
is,
look
but-
at America. Look at UK. Look at any
America is
country,
not secular.
Sweden,
America
Denmark.
isn't secular. America's not
America is
secular.
literally a
We are.
secular nation.
No, it's not. America's a Christian nation.
You're drunk.
Your mother.
But we're not a Christian
You-
nation. We're secular.
You're literally not gonna like. You can say America's a Christian nation, but it's literally a secular nation. It's in the Constitution.
Where does it say in the Constitution? Where does it say in the Constitution that we're a secular nation? Where is that
The
at?
separation of church and state. That's
That's
what
not
it
a law.
means.
That's not in the Constitution. That's a letter written by some fucking guy who recommended it, but it's not true. I
And
mean,
also
this is
multiple
a Christian nation.
Also, multiple Supreme Court precedents for hundreds of years.
Look, the point is, let's get back to the topic. All right. So secularism.
It's the First Amendment. There is
Oh,
no.
what is this?
The government cannot establish a state religion or interfere with the free exercise of religion.
Hey, my friend. I'm not talking about the state, all right? I'm talking about the people. The people is what makes a nation, correct? A nation is a group of people. This group of people here are Christian. We're a Christian nation.
No, it's not. This is a secular nation with people of all different backgrounds and religions and positions on all sorts of stuff. This is a silly game you're playing, as the guy in chat says. This is a
I think it's very silly. I think it's very silly. I think it's very, very
you have
silly.
no way
that-
to support your position besides
yo.
just saying, "Oh, there's Christians."
Hey, yo, Poppy, let me tell you something. I think it's very silly that in the year 2025, with Ozempic out, that you're still fat as shit, you fat fucking nerd. Shut your fucking mouth. You're not a Theist Helpline.
So just
All
add
right, so we are
Hobbs.
here. So we are here to save you, right? So I will give you one more chance, and then I'm just going to remove you from the stage, right? I don't care if you call me fat. It just makes you look bad. Obviously, you're not a real Christian, and this is why you need saved. Because if you were a good person, you wouldn't be attacking people for being 700 pounds. You would be having a conversation with them and not calling them a fat ass on a stage that's being streamed on YouTube and on Discord and multiple YouTubes, trying to make them look bad and hurt their feelings for being 700 pounds. What you would do is you would approach them offline and give them a meal plan and help them come up with that workout routine. But instead, you are a horrible person, right? This is what we see with Christianity. We see vile, evil people like you saying that this is a Christian nation, saying that gay people need to fucking have all sorts of bad shit done to them. You guys say that fucking they can't get married and they can't have, they need to have rights taken away. And other groups of people, you guys attack because they're not conservative enough. And there's so many problems with you and you people, right? Not only did you just attack me, I bet you if we talked to you about your other beliefs, you would have all sorts of other horrible beliefs that you want to spread. And that's why you want this to be a Christian nation, so you can spread these horrible beliefs. So now I'm going to give you another chance. Instead of commenting on me being 700 pounds, why don't you not be a fucking horrible person? All right, you're unmuted. Let's see if you're gonna be like this Christ figure you think died for everybody's sins, you fucking idiot.
Well, first of all, I'm very sorry for getting you riled up. I shouldn't have said that about you. You seem like a very smart person. And I would like to address the substance of what we were talking about. So all I'm saying is this, right? America in itself is a Christian nation. It's nowhere near secular. I mean, most of the people here are Christian. There might be different denominations, but for the most part, people believe that Christ is king and Christ is God. So what I'm saying is, yes, in my worldview, I think that a nation of people who are made up under God deserve to be represented by God's law. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Sure.
No matter what you say, the U.S. is still secular.
Yeah,
it's the First Amendment. And the founders wanted this to be a secular nation. They had to escape from a theocracy. This was a revolt. This country was created because of a revolt against theocracy.
No, it was created as a revolt against feudalism, monarchism.
A theocracy. We didn't want kings and religion running the country because we saw what it did. That's why the separation of church and state exists.
So what are you trying to tell me right now? We should all be atheist and gay? Like that's your solution?
No. I'm married. I have a wife and a kid, right? No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, what is marriage? What is marriage if you don't believe in God?
Attacking people.
What is marriage if you don't believe in God? What is the sympathy?
What I'm saying is that you need to become more liberal, and you need to allow people to have their rights that they deserve for being people. And
why?
Because they're fucking people, dude. Because they exist on the same planet as you do.
Okay, so
because they're a part of your society.
Okay.
Because working with them makes your society stronger.
Says who?
Dude, that's the reason that our country is so weak right now. We can't. We got fucking Trump in office. Like our country was
Thank God.
so much that we ended up getting Trump in office. Like
Thank
you're
God.
creating these
By the grace of God.
insane battles amongst the people.
Well, here's the
This
thing. Here's the thing.
conservative versus
Taco.
liberal nonsense, and
Papi.
it's misdirecting from what's actually going on in the country. And you see Trump get in office, and then all of a sudden the country starts falling apart, right?
Papi. Let me just say this, all right? I hear you. I understand. I know that if I had your worldview, I would be very upset right now. But let me tell you what's going to make it better. All right? All you have to do is just submit. Just submit.
No,
submit.
we're here to
You have
save the
to.
unrighteous.
And you would be so much
theists.
better off. You'd feel so much better if you just became one of us.
I just.
You know, it would be so much better if you became one of us.
Yeah,
If all of
No, I
you
don't want to
became
be
one of
one.
us.
I don't want to be one of you.
I could never be a theist, right? I'm not retarded.
But like, Ricardo, don't you see how much
So-
of a slave that you have become? Like, I don't understand. How do you have, like, you guys used to say, oh, we're the Chads, we're the Alphas, but also God is our king and we must submit to this king, and it's good to be submissive, and we should kind of be submissive to this father figure.
Well, yeah, I mean, you should submit to God, of course. I mean, that's a very important thing to do. I mean, you can't, no, every man can't be a king, you know?
Can't
So
you
it's
just
very
be
important.
into like BDSM or something and not need like this male father figure to submit to?
Well, from the sound of your voice, and I don't want to be vulgar here, but it sounds like that you might have been, at one point, a different person. So, I don't want to hear that from you.
I
Okay,
was
this
the
is not.
same thing, and not to get on it, but because you bring up transgender, it's very weird that you're like, lose religion and then I'll become atheist and gay. That makes me think, no offense, that religion is the only thing stopping you from being gay.
Well, perhaps it is, because if I wasn't so religious,
Oh my God.
perhaps I might be drifted by temptation, but that's not going to happen.
That means you're gay. You are a gay man. Like,
No, it's not true.
This is that was faster than I really did think it would be, but no, you just said it. You just said if you're not religious.
No, that's not what I said. I said
not?
no, it's not. I said that if I didn't have the direction of the Lord, our Father, our God, then perhaps I might be tempted. I might be tempted by certain temptations that I wouldn't even think about stuff like that.
You would find
had
men
I not had-
attractive if it weren't for God. Temptation would take
Maybe
you.
not men, but like, you know, like the ones that
Transgenders?
kind of like maybe the ones that put a lot of work in, you know.
So
You know
you
what I
like
mean?
girls like me. You just tried to insult me like 30 seconds ago. I love you, dude. Like, I'm sending love out there.
No, what I'm saying, no, you're not even listening. Hold on.
I'm
What I'm
trying.
saying is, no, but look, like, hold up. You be tripping, yo. Chill out. You're trying to put words in my mouth. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, I have a moral code. I have a moral compass, and that moral compass is given to me by the Lord, and I will never let go of that moral compass. You know. And I think everyone.
Ricardo, how is being gay or transgender or lesbian or whatever? How is any of that moral or immoral? That's a totally amoral thing.
Well, being gay is immoral because we are supposed to be men. Like, we're supposed to be, you know, like the people that do the shit that we have to. You know, we're supposed to be, like, go to war and like, build.
That's not what morality is. Morality has nothing to do with men or women. Morality is basically the way that you interact with others, right? And the choices you make around those interactions.
Right. No, I get what you're saying,
nothing
bro.
to do if you're a dude or a girl or a gay person or a transgender person. None of that is moral. It's all amoral. It's totally absent of morality.
Agree.
No, and what I'm saying is, and I agree with you. What I'm saying is that homosexuality in itself is immoral because it's unnatural. Like, we disagree with anything that's unnatural. You never see lions. You never see, where are the gay lions at? How come we don't ever see lions?
Natural. You see gay lions, you see gay monkeys, you see gay dogs, you see all sorts of gay species, right? Just go look at gay lions online. You just said gay lions don't exist. Just go type in YouTube gay lions. You can pull up a video of gay lions.
Yeah, they famously do have gay species. I don't know why I use lion as an example, but
literally, lions are one of the ones that does that.
What I'm saying is, look, okay, let me just make this final point because I feel like I'm getting mugged right now and it's making me upset. What I'm saying is, I think that if the entire country just believed in one singular thing and we all submitted to that, we'd be a lot better off. And I think once we get rid of all these other different beliefs and all these different religions from this country, then we can stop fighting all the time. Like, eventually one side's going to win, and I think it's going to be ours. So you might as well just get in where you fit in and just let it happen. So, I mean, there we go. That's all it is. I
You're
mean,
only doing this because you're terrified. So your position is actually, or your group of people, the theists, are actually falling apart, right? So like 15 years ago, it was something like 5 or 7% atheists. It's up to like 25% atheist right now, or non-religious. And then with the Gen Alpha, it's like 40% from my understanding right now.
which is why I
And
think that we're,
so
which is
what's
why
going
I
to
think
happen? That
what's going to
all
happen
this,
is a civil
all this,
war.
don't interrupt me. All this right wing stuff is in response to being unable, the religious people being unable to keep their religion growing, and the religions are shrinking. Right? They're having kids, and the kids are losing their religion, and then they're bringing in more atheists. Right? And it's terrifying the shit out of the religious conservatives. Right? And so what is going to happen is in 10 or 15 years, atheists may or may not be the majority. I don't know if they're actually going to be the majority at that point. But I can tell you, atheists are probably going to be at least 45%. Right? Like, I mean, if it's not 50% in the next 10 years, I'd be shocked. There's just too much data out there. You can't look at our shared naturalistic atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in an undeniable way, and think that there's a God out there, right? You'd be insane if you thought that there was a God out there after looking at the world, right?
What I'm saying is this, though. So the solution to that, which I believe very strongly, and I believe in this very strongly, is that we put God back in the school. So we just, what they're doing in Louisiana right now is
Lord.
amazing, and I think that's going to happen nationwide. I mean, if you want to have a battle over this, we can have the battle. But at the end of the day, this is a Christian nation, and nothing's going to change that.
You
Period.
guys lost that
This is
battle.
always gonna. Sorry.
Sorry, no. I just mean we had a war when, people tried to put God in the Constitution. They also wanted to own slaves. And so I would say the Union won that war. And you're welcome to rehash it, but don't think you guys are going to win.
Oh, I think we will. I think we will. So you better get your HRT ready to go. Your battlefield HRT.
I disagree.
Because-
Again, you guys always think like we're the gun people, and it's like, yes, but we're the government people, and so we generally control the military.
Stock up on HRT.
So like it's a bunch of you guys like versus a drone, and the drone will win.
I'm so scared of a drone. I've got on my side, lady.
I'm
No
not
drone can
scared
touch
of you though. I mean, I love you guys,
Right.
but Trump, I believe, is actually an atheist. I hate him, but he doesn't like. It's so funny that you think the guy that
Yo, Amy, real quick.
protects Adobe PDF files. I'm sorry, what?
Is that you in your profile picture?
Yes.
Hey, where you from?
Originally from Philly, live around DC. Why, you coming over?
Okay. I'm in New York right now. What's up?
Oh
Trying to chill?
my, yeah. Netflix and
All right,
chill. Come on down, or come on. I gotta come on
Yeah.
up. Seek
Come up and
taco,
visit
it
me in
ends
Brooklyn, baby.
happy.
Yeah, exactly. You already know. Hell yeah. Nah, DM me though, for real. I'm gonna add you. All right, yo. It was good talking to you guys. For real. You guys are very smart people.
All
Good
right.
talking to you,
Welcome to
Ricardo.
Atheism, my brother in atheism. That was an interesting one.
Yes, it was.
What was that? What was that about? Okay.
Can I just say one more comment? There's been numerous fights where I've had where they're like, you need to be put into an oven. You are a degenerate that's ruined society. And if you could like maybe hit me up later. I'm like, okay.
All right. Late Night in my live chat made a pretty good point there. He said he's using violent language to act tough, intimidate mostly because his points are dumb as shit. I don't feel like he was intimidating, but I get what you're saying. He was definitely. It felt like he was definitely trying to use like the threat of violence, which is weird when you're talking about like government stuff. That seems like something an authoritarian would do, right? And
Yes.
Fortunately, the atheist uprising is going to happen here shortly. And next election, we're going to get an authoritarian left person that undoes all the Trump changes and then makes taxes churches and makes many religions illegal to pretend to be religious. Like right now, they can openly pretend to be religious, but they're going to make it illegal to pretend to be religious, right? And it's all going to be through legal processes, just following the laws, kind of like the Trumples wanted to do with the laws they wanted to change and make secular stuff illegal and that type of thing. And so the atheist uprising is going to basically destroy all religions in America, right? It's going to become an atheist nation. It's not just secular. It will become an atheist nation because they're fucking idiots. And they had to pull the nuclear option.
The one silver I agree with you so much. They are fucking idiots. But the one silver lining that we have is that while Trump is doing a lot of damage, he is largely a lame duck. He is largely renaming things, you know, the Gulf of America and this ship and that. It's stuff that you don't need Congress for. That's why he's doing so much of it. And hopefully it'll be easily overturned when liberals do return, and then they'll be able to get more bills passed because they're not going to view the other side, hopefully, as the enemy. And voila, compromise bills get passed. Hello, Divine.
That's not going to happen. The Republicans pulled the nuclear card this time with Project 2025 by saying that it's not going to be enacted and then enacting it.
Oh, like word for word,
like
almost.
They can't be trusted now. Right? Like we know we cannot trust Republicans and religious folks anymore with our government.
Definitely cowards.
And so the atheist uprising is going to remove that from the government altogether forever. All right. What's up, Divine?
Hi, I'm audible.
Yep. How are you, and what do you believe in, and why?
I'm good. I'm Hindu. Believe in God.
Okay. Which one?
Like I believe like there is just one God, but different interpretation. Like whatever we think, that's God, made of God, made by God, is God. God is in everything.
Why do you believe that?
Why? Because why not?
Because I would say that until you have...
because
Okay.
I can tell you like since why? Because I was born in a Hindu family, you can say, and all the environment I've been in, everything is Hindu, and the scripture I read is about doing good thing in life, choose the right path, and the karma thing, like do the good thing, everything will happen good to you.
But can I ask you?
So yeah.
Well, maybe because you were born Hindu and everything in your culture around you is submerged in such a Hindu culture, could it be that you're biased towards it being true?
Yeah, but like since like until I was an adult, I didn't know much about other religion. But after that, I learned things about Christianity, Islam, and yeah, these religions, and Jewish people.
Sure, I would say.
And I found,
oh no, continue.
I think like then I compared it, and then I see like there are some things which are good in their faith, and there are some things which are literally bad, and I consider my faith like you can say normal. Like if you choose it, like there is nothing bad in it.
Are you saying there's nothing bad in it by choosing religion? Because I would say our argument is we could look into whether certain aspects are good or bad. I would say that overall it's bad for society, but I think Taco and I would agree the most that we just don't believe that it's true. So I'll give you an example. I know the Hindu religion has thousands of gods. Do you have a specific avatar that you think is more relevant or worthy of worship than others?
Well, I do. You can say now I know that they are different interpretations, so I can't keep someone bigger than other, but like I respect them all.
Okay, you don't lean towards anyone. Can I ask, what would it take to convince you that Hinduism was wrong?
What?
So I think I know I have at least a standard of what I think would convince me. There are, I would say, numerous physical ways that a god could come down and prove to me that they exist. I'm not sure if I would worship them or not, but is there something that in the opposite, it would be like, well, you know, maybe I don't know how much you believe in things like karma, reincarnation, other things like that. What peg of your religion would have to fall for you to say, hey, maybe there's either something fishy or suspicious going on, or ultimately it's not true? Is there anything?
Sorry, I don't get you. Like,
Sure. How
what's the like?
is there a way you could know to be wrong? You believe you're right now. In fact, before I ask, on a scale from 0 to 100%, how much convinced are you that Hinduism is true?
Well, if you ask someone like who believe, then of course he will be 100%.
Cool.
Right?
What would make you go from 100% to 99%?
Well, I don't think so because
Nothing?
the moral aspect, you can say, if it's found bad, or the other aspect, philosophical aspect, or the rules, the divine rules, this thing.
So I would say morality is one of the things I'm suspicious at in religion, because I notice that it is not really apt to change, especially as society does. So what about the morality aspect do you like about it?
Like what specific morality
I'll give you an
topic you
example.
want?
Like,
Yeah.
and I know I am it, so it's easy to use me as the example. But many religions look down on LGBTQ people because it comes from a specific time period when they did. To us, that doesn't show that it comes from a god or that it's holy. If anything, I would say it's more evidence that it's human-made. I know Hinduism may not have very stark decisions on sexuality the same way the Abrahamic religions do. But what I'm saying is there's things that are archaic in religion, which we would be better off if we just checked out. Does that make sense?
You ask something about LGBTQ,
Yeah,
about
well,
my religion, like what's written in about LGBTQ.
Sure,
But you told me that in Abrahamic religions, like it's condemned to be LGBTQ. But were you asking about my faith?
Yes, because I think that's one of the reasons. It's one of the things I hammer home with the Abrahamic religions. They try to push that sort of morality. I would rather bring up that it is a evil sort of morality in that one regard that they're pushing. I think it's actually evidence that it's human-made because they have this disgust that comes from thousands of years ago.
I don't think so. Like Hinduism is against LGBTQ because there is mention of people like these in all the text, and they were respected. And the God didn't said, or the interpretation of God or the deity never said like to harass them or to like literally kick them from the society. Like there is no mention of it.
So you're saying they're fine with LGBTQ people?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about LGBTQ, but I know about trans people, and I don't know because there is no mention of this gay people or like or
Sure.
lesbian people.
Well, that's why I
But
said.
in whenever,
Oh no.
Mhm.
Well, no, that's why I said it might be slightly different with Hinduism. It's a sticking point that I often bring up in the Abrahamic religions, but I guess I don't want to harp too much on it. But things like the caste system, we wouldn't have things like that.
Mm, yeah, but like when we see the scripture, then it was like the the whole world. Like it's this system is based on people. You can say on their nature and karma, and then on their nature only. Like, and we can change it. They were not rigid, but since the society changes, so it make hard for people to change their caste and their occupation, change their occupation.
But
Like
see,
because they in our like when we say the holy books, the religious book, it's like the Gita. Bhagavad Gita is the holy book of Hindus, and in there is mention, and it in the like the mention thing is that the God is saying like I have made people and I have given like based on certain nature, they 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 are like based in society and
can I pause you for a
they have to
second, though?
choose walk.
Because, and I'll tell you, this is the excuse me. I oftentimes I'm probably not trying to promote, Americanism or whatever the word is, but in the United States we do have this, I would say, belly up philosophy that is supposed to be. It doesn't matter where you came from, you could become whatever you want if you work hard and try hard enough. It's flawed. It's
Mhm.
very much, idealistic, but I would say I'd put that up against a caste system in which God is telling you from fiat what you should be. I think the lowest class should be able to be doctors and politicians and lawyers and spiritual gurus, and someone from the highest caste should be able to be a farmer or someone who works in construction.
Yeah, but the thing is, these type of work, like job profiles, they were not active. Like the time at which this reason found, or you can say, was created, and those so the societal things. For example, like if someone want to be a priest, then obviously he have to spend a lot of time studying, and like if we live in a society, like only the rich people will have like access to education.
And that's
So it's
bad.
about societal things. It's not about who God said that. It's about societal things. We
Sure.
change it by
Well,
ourselves.
So not only do I agree with you, I would double down on it. This is why I would say that, you can make arguments. I don't agree with them, but you could make arguments that we needed religion in early society and all this. It helped us with community and cohesion. I think we are at the point where we shouldn't look down on these religions as in like, some specific people that we give scorn to, the Hitlers and the Maos and stuff like that. We should look at them as archaic systems. They were almost tools, if, not the perfect ones, and appreciate that we used to use them and move on from them. That is what I would like to do. There used to be a saying that, it starts as a synagogue, it becomes a church. Once it becomes a mosque, the final destination is a museum. And so, like, that's the
Never heard of
pipeline.
it.
That's the pipeline that I would like to go is, eventually all of these religions, they serve their purpose. They had their time. I understand culturally why they're important around all these different cultures of the world. It's not just Hinduism as much as we're attacking your specific religion. I think that it's outdated technology that eventually will be subsumed completely by either science or other softer social things like sociology and psychology that help humans
I
figure out
think,
how they flourish.
I think like, the moral values and the divine values they remain the same, but the societal things it changes, and the innovation it changes, the scientific thing it changes, because in early time people were not that much educated, and that they didn't discover things like this. They just know about the moral, you can say, and the philosophical aspect of knowing God, but they didn't know much about the science technology things
Sure, I
about materialistic
wouldn't
world.
blame them because they were dealing with other stuff. They were trying to figure out how to make sure that fires were staying on even in rainy weather. We were dealing with other issues. I would just say that they are still vestiges of societies that have come and gone. And I don't think that we just need to be, and I'm not saying you are, but slaves to tradition, in that we should just keep on continuing them because our forefathers did so. I think that they had their value. Let's take any knowledge we can from maybe the metaphorical stories, and then move forward.
Yeah, that's what we do, because if we start reading scripture, like our life will end and we don't know much. Still, we had confusion, but like we just have to read the summary, apply it in life, and modern values apply, and just move on. That's what my thinking is, because there is nothing, because my religion is so old that at the time there was no other religion, like literally there is no mention of it, so there is nothing said about other religion, nothing written about other religion. It's just said like about people who do the right thing and people who don't. And that's what we have to follow. I mean to say, that's the summary.
Sure. And Hinduism is one of the oldest religions. I would say, as we're now almost kind of converging on mostly agreement, I would ask Ricardo, would you like to have maybe a final statement, and then we're gonna invite you back for more conversations later. Or Divine. I said Ricardo. That was the last guy. I got you. So sorry. Divine. Would you like to have a final statement on what we've been talking about?
Like about what exactly?
Oh, as in just generally right before you're about to leave, you want to give the people who
yeah, like
came in just
I think if like if you think there is God, and I think like if he's all powerful and he's the creator of everything, then he don't need our prayers, he don't need money from us. Just like we have to do good work or like the right thing. And it depends the right thing, like the place we live, the circumstances, everything. And there is no need to convert other people, because it's up to them. If they want to accept, they will by themselves. There is no need to force or even tell them. They will see us. That's the only last thing I want to say.
All right. Well, thank you so very much, Divine. I'm not going to push back on anything because it just create more back and forth. We thank you for coming on, and please, we have this the third Sunday of every month. Please keep on coming back.
Thank you for coming up. We appreciate your time.
You're all not wrong,
and then it
Titan.
looks like Bug was next, I think. Yeah, Bug.
Hello, hello.
Up,
hey, how are you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
Doing all right. What's going on?
Pleasure to be here. So, a couple things I wanted to talk about today. As I said in my post, I'm a bit on the fence still. And by that, I mean, I'm like tipping over it, and there's maybe one or two zip ties holding me to the fence. I do believe that in the past, there was a lot of merit for both culture, for different revolutions, different purposes in how information has been conveyed over time that religion has been able to fill. But I wanted to circle back to what Amy said. I do believe that while it is a technology, it might be outdated at this point.
Yep, that's what I would say is that, they often will say, well, look, it gives us community. We're here every Sunday, Saturday, Friday. It allows us to have some sort of deeper meaning. I would argue for a lot of them, it gets them out of the fear of death. But I would say that this system is a outdated technology, as you just said, and I would say that we're moving on to more sophisticated versions. I feel bad because that always does sound like an insult if you are a theist, but I would say that there are niches being filled. I believe that, one of the ways that prophecy is made is trying to predict the future. I think there is no better methodology to discern fact from fiction and be able to predict what is going to happen than the scientific method. The scientific method has given us such great fruits, planes, trains, and automobiles. And in the same respect, although the soft sciences are poo-pooed sometimes, I believe that psychology and sociology has looked deeply at who we are as humans. They've been trying to understand things like sexuality, how people work on different levels and different socioeconomic scales. And I think it's through those systems that we're going to continue making gains in human society.
So, two things I wanted to bring to the table. One is the MAOA gene. Have you heard of the warrior gene before?
I feel like I've heard about it, but I definitely don't know enough about it.
So, the warrior gene has different proclivities that have across a person's lifespan. If they have this, they are more likely to face incarceration, they are more likely to commit violent acts, and they are more likely to be unable to control some of their more strong emotions. This has been studied. A lot of it has been both bunk science as well as racist science, but there is actually a couple of different merits to it. Now, namely, one thing that a lot of racists will point to is that white people have far less of an MAOA gene concentration than other cultures. It's far less occurrent in white populations. However, we've been actually able to understand why that is. Namely, during even back before the Black Plague eras in early Christianity, this is just one example of it. Due to Christianity having such a strict dynamic on thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not do all of these things, and a vast majority of the consequences being execution, what had happened was slowly over time, as individuals would become violent, typically occurring as with a combination of that MAOA gene, they would be put to death or castrated or whatever. But over time, that religion has actually reduced the amount of people from the gene pool with those genetics, resulting in a drastic decrease compared to other cultures. Now, that's one thing I wanted to say in how religion can affect a culture, but not only the people and genetics as well with those individuals. And the second is I wanted to actually give you some ammunition on when you describe religion as a technology, what that could actually be attributed to.
Wait
So-
a minute, you just described eugenics.
Actually, technically, yes, but it wasn't intended to be it wasn't intended to be eugenics. Eugenics itself was a outcome of predetermined social stigma. This is more like finding a new breed of dog compared to trying to create one in a laboratory like you would a pug.
So my question would be: is the argument you said they were kind of whittling down this gene within religious circles?
Yes. So while it was an unintended consequence, due to the fact that the culture was removing these individuals who had a higher proclivity to violence, over time the religion's effect was that these people who had violent tendencies were executed or otherwise removed from the gene pool, resulting in further generations having less of this warrior gene.
Can I tell you why that's not a good idea to then say, let's use religion to get that outcome?
That is not what I said. I never made that claim.
No, I never said. Okay. I was just saying that's, I would say for the audience at least, the reason why that wouldn't be a good reason is we have a lot of unintended effects. I would say the same when we have lower suicide rates and lower even acts of committing them against themselves in theist circles as compared to atheist circles. I wouldn't say the takeaway from that would be that we should then be atheists. And I'm not saying you're saying that. I would say, actually, I've gotten that from theists. Theists actually have told us, well, your side, kills themselves more. Look at all these rates. And I would say, well, the underlying methodology of religion is such that it has certain filters. And one of those would be things like killing themselves. And so you're going to get less people who do so. And depending on the religion, you may also get the same outcome in other things, like people who would be less violent. I would say that it's more of an ends justifying a means thing there. You would rather figure out what happened. Okay, there's something going on, and there is a way to lessen it. How can we mimic that effect in a secular way, or a way that is healthier than giving into that thing? Like religion.
So you're totally right. Depending on the methodology as well as what outcomes are searched for, definitely two different things. It's very important to be holistic and look at all the interfacing pathways, the different interactions, and how those activities and cultures respond to both of those. Very critical.
Sure.
But pardon me, the reason why I had very much so clarified strongly that I did not make that claim was because tied into religion as a technology, which is my second claim, I wanted to very much so separate the two of those.
Sure. Well, and I think a lot of times, we look at both the goods and the bads of the religion, and, the theists are always going to say, well, look at this, it makes more marriages stable because they're getting less divorces. But then you look into some of these relationships and you find that, well, these relationships aren't the most productive. They're not exactly happy, and they're mostly staying in it because the religion told them, which I don't think is the healthiest. Again, this is just an analogy, but I think there's always going to be good and bads that we find, and I think that it's worth divesting ourselves society-wise from these religions and just trying to learn what any of the goods were so that we can mimic them in secular society or find a different way to do so.
So, realistically, if there were a way to be very counterintuitive about this and create a secular religion, a religion based on science, that would be idealistic. And here's why. When I make the claim about religion being a technology, I'm saying this. So way back in the day, when we put the first couple barrels of depleted uranium or trash uranium into the caves, we thought of a couple of different ways about how to keep people out. Well, if we put a sign with some skull and crossbones, would people actually take that warning seriously, or would they even understand it in 4,000 or 5,000 years from now? If we made the entire cave filled with jagged rocks, would that not encourage thrill seekers to go diving through them? And what they did in their research was find that if you wanted a message to live through time, the number one methodology to have that technology or that information conveyed over time is through religion. If there were a religion based on not going in the cave because it is super dangerous, or you would go to some form of hell as consequence for going in it, people would actually be the most reluctant compared to actually making difficult architecture or text or visual warnings on it. And it's very interesting to see how religion itself is a very powerful tool to do one thing: convey clearly information across generations.
So I agree, but for a different reason, because I think it's using a different underlying factor. I don't think it's religion that's making it do that. I would actually argue that it is story that is making people do that. And stories have this ability to connect people to raw data in a way that just showing it cannot. We're able to connect emotionally. So I'll give you an example where it could be used in a way which I don't think the overall would be well, and then I'll use it in a way which I think we should use it. So let's just imagine there's a group of people and there's a gas that if you go farther enough away, you would be poisoned and die. It could be that we tell our people that the gods are angry at us and they have forsaken a curse upon us that if you go a certain distance, then, you will be banished and you will never see your body again. And this keeps people from actually going out there. People say, well, I don't want to anger the god. I don't want to, deal with the curse. But then someone eventually comes along. And this is where I think it has the fault. And they're smart enough to actually do experiments. And they go, listen, this isn't actually a curse. It's a gas. And if we do X, Y, and Z and burn it, we'll get rid of the gas. And then we can go past this. And we'll be able to overcome it instead of just avoiding it. And so while I agree with you that, and I really do think that story is actually the linchpin that is driving these for thousands of years, I think that it could be used more productively in a way that I think has become our gods, which I would say are things like superheroes and action heroes and people that we aspire to be in our media and other stories.
Mm-hmm. Namely, the reason why they wanted to utilize religion compared to any sort of scientific method is that in the case of a nuclear war or a population far in the future who do not have access to the scientific method, they wanted to understand what the best way to keep sentience out were, and it was narrowed down by people far smarter than you or I that religion would be the key.
Sure. I would just push back. I'd say it'd still be story. It's not that it's religion. It's not the being from beyond the supernatural itself. I would say, or time and space or any of this, because gods have changed. This Omni God is very new. And yet there have been gods. We were just talking with a Hindu. They've survived for 5,000 years. And so I would say that it's stories like the Odyssey and other things in which we connect with the heroes or we see wonderful, events happen that I think that ultimately transcends human lives way more. As in, there's still going to be a Spider-Man and a Peter Parker, even though Stan Lee's dead.
Yep. Yeah, the issue with story is story dies out too fast. The whole framework of religion itself is what's critical to keeping the payload of information across time, though.
Is it, though? What aspect of religion would make it more important?
It's the repetitive practice. It's the passing down through generations. And while stories do happen, take a look at Santa Claus.
Well, hold on, stop a second. The passing down and repetition would still be stories. I would need something that can only happen in religion.
You have the internet now. Why is this even a concern?
Well, the entire intent was these people were researching what would happen after a nuclear war or a tribal society 5,000 years from now. So while we would be able to understand it...
How would a religion do that, though, through a nuclear war? You'd have to, make a religion to pass on something. That'd be weird.
So, I'm going to say this. It's definitely a technique. It's a technique. But what the study was researching was, namely, out of all methodologies we could convey information into the future, the one able to carry critical information the longest would not be a sign, would not be architecture, would not be some sort of demonstration. The only key method would be religion, where it would be able to continually provide this information over time. And namely, that this is kind of a roundabout way. I don't want to necessarily stick to this topic because with religion as a technology in mind, it's able to convey cultural information. And if you look at all of the major religions that exist today, they all have a couple of different things. They follow a repetitive religious system where the information is conveyed downward, where new generations of believers are intended and the goal. If you look at Christianity, namely Catholicism, if you look at Islam, if you look at a lot of different religions, there's a very key point on having that next generation not only to be made, but to be following in the same footsteps as their parents. You see the same kind of phenomena as well in other cultural standards, like, for example, circumcision. There were multiple studies taken where when people were asked in America, why did you have your child circumcised? And the answer was most commonly something like 70 to 80% of responses were, well, the father was, so we wanted to make sure they would be similar. And while, again, with the scientific method, you could learn more about that process, you could learn more about the results, and have a more clear picture of what you would like to do or not. At the same time, that information is still conveyed generationally.
I don't know why you need religion for that, though. Religion, actually, I think, is more one of the number one things for circumcision, but it also conveys bad information throughout the ages. So
I do agree.
The anti-LGBT stuff, I would say the foundationally, evolution and biology, the pushing the Adam and Eve story, which is fundamental to all of these Abrahamic religions.
Yeah, like, I could go on a huge tangent about the Adam and Eve story. I could go on a huge tangent about humanity in the view of a asexual species. And when I say that, I do not mean by not having sex. I mean, we could use technology to reproduce rather than the typical method, or use technology to supplement natural birth. But that would just be a huge tangent.
Sure, right. Yeah. And if we were to just say get rid of these Abrahamic religions that believe in these stories, we would be moving forward. Not get rid of forcefully. I mean, like, put them into museums and
Now, one thing I noticed, especially when talking with the Hindu individual before me, are you, as a team, Taco, Amy, your group, I don't know how big your group is or whatever, are you namely tooled down to target the largest religions in your communities and cultures, or are you prepared to handle conversations with people who are maybe Buddhist, or as we saw, Hindu, or Zoroastrian, or any other religion like that? Are you able to have talking points, or are you mainly specifying on Abrahamics?
I would say we generally are focusing on all the religions. We're kind of top level, anything from a deist on below. And so Buddhism tending to be an atheistic practice, they're going to have some things that maybe other skeptic atheists may not agree with, depending on their beliefs. Hinduism being a very deity-focused religion, we're going to have a lot of qualms with because, again, we don't believe in a creator deity. We don't believe that these deities can become avatars, like they would say in Hindu, or their representations. I do not believe in Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism, of course, merging with Judaism to create the religions mostly that we see from Christianity and Islam. And so everything that you named, I think there's good reasons to show why we should not believe them.
Thank you so much. And I do have one final question. One that'll turn this conversation up on its head.
I would like to respond to the last question too, real fast. We talk about philosophy and science a lot, and they can explain their position if we don't know their position, right? But like science and philosophy science is coheres with reality, and then philosophy has a whole formal setup for us to judge their claims, right?
Yep.
That was all I had to say to that. Sorry.
No. One fine. I love your input. The last thing I wanted to say, this is just going to turn this on top of its head. And I do want a respectful answer out of this. If there were some type of entity where it were some sort of superhuman to some celestial being, what do you think would be the minimal qualifier to describe something as a god?
It's a hard question because I believe that, we didn't really have concepts of alien beings and stuff, or at least the same concepts, I would say. Maybe they had some sort of idea what else was going on. But what I'm saying is we would need systems to really be able to prove that this thing was beyond the natural world. I think that one of the easiest things they should be able to come right away is every empirical question that we have for them. The thing that annoys me the most is that gods really suck, excuse my language, for being able to like present themselves in any sort of physical way ever. And so we're never even able to start the conversation. Like, not to, again, pick on the Abrahamic religions, but, you know, their gods spoke very directly to their prophets and to people and interacted and did miracles and did all of that. And somehow that is dried up like a desert. We get none of that. So, like, they often will ask us, you know, if you see the words, "I am a god" in the sky, you know, they're so used to us giving the alien rebuttal back that they almost say it back to us and say, "Oh, you guys would just say it's aliens." And you're like, well, maybe I would. At least that's the first thing I would think of. But, you know, at least you're getting us on the game board. At least there's something we could go out and observe and study and we would have to at least say, no, it's not God. It is an alien, or one way or the other. And so I guess my first peg in trying to become a theist would be, please just do the same empirical stuff. Give me and Taco and you, Bug, and everyone else a road to Damascus experience. Let us, you know, be able to feel the nails like doubting Peter was allowed to do. There may not be an example of this, but for an omni god, one of these gods that truly can do anything, it just seems weird to me that like lifting a pencil is this amazing feat. And so, yes, I just want some of those supernatural events. It may not convince me, but at least we're starting.
It's actually humorous. I love bringing this up to people who are Christians. That I ask them, what is the most powerful entity in their religion? Who alone can have the most action wrought upon the world out of all of Christianity? Is it Jesus? Is it God? Funnily enough, this shocks a lot of people. If you remember the story of turning water to wine, namely, it goes like this: they are at the I believe it was marriage. They were drinking the wine, and there was a lack of it as they had drank it dry. So Jesus is there, and Mary is there, and he is instructed to go get more wine for them. He provides the wine by turning the water into wine, and the patron of the house is irritated at the servants because he had declared the finer wine was supposed to be brought first, compared to the worst wine, which is the backup after those have drunk. But the message there was that the wine that Jesus had created was even more tasty and delicious than that they had on hand. Now, the reason why I'm going through this in a shorthand is because of this. Specifically, what had occurred there was they were at the marriage, and they had noticed the lack of wine. Mary herself had said, Jesus, please go get your wine, please go get us more wine, please make us some. And he said, no, I'm not going to use the triviality of your desire for wine to enact the power of God. As to which she grabbed him by the ear and told him, you are to listen to your mother. That's one of the most key commandments, to listen to your parents. Now go get me some damn wine. And only then he went and enacted his miracle. So it is humorous to me that a lot of Christians do not know that the most powerful entity that has ever walked the earth would be Mary, as she alone could direct the usage of God's power outside of his original plan. It's interesting that if Christianity is to be we get to the scoreboard of life when we keel over and we get welcomed by the pearly gates with Paul and all that, it's humorous that Mary herself was the only individual across all of the Christian timeline to enact and make God use his will on her own accord as a human.
Are you saying the strongest power in the Bible is the guilt trip of a Jewish mother?
Correct.
I might agree with you
that is
there.
100% what I'm claiming.
Well, for me, I don't think that I could point out to what attributes of God would be, because I don't think it's a coherent thing. I don't think it's even possible, right?
Right.
I mean, somebody would have to come and define something coherently first. The best I've got is like a cup, right? And that's like that's off topic. That's a red herring. If that's not the type of gods we're talking about. We're talking about like creator of everything that either has a mind or doesn't mind. But that's about it. That's about all you can do, right?
Yep.
And that's indistinguishable from. But you say that, and it's like, well, that's pantheist, right? If it doesn't have a mind, the universe is God, whatever. But you also, it's just like pantheism is off topic too. I feel like, because that's not what you're really talking about when you're talking about that stuff. Because pantheism is indistinguishable from just physicalist universe, right?
Yep. And the reason why I speak. Go ahead.
I just say it's just for me. I don't know if I could define God coherently because there's so many conflicting definitions, right?
Right. And the reason why I brought that up is the saying, any sufficiently advanced form of technology appears as if it is magic. There is no withstanding statement that sufficiently advanced technology could mimic or appear as a god. And furthermore, that enables an entire discussion of if an entity is so supremely powerful, is it still deserving of religion? Is it still deserving of belief, even if it is to be able to perform such actions? If we created a computer so smart that it could answer any question from any period of time, tell us what if it really was the Big Bang or what it really was, they could explain the unifying bridge between gravity and electromagnetism. These are all questions that humanity has not yet been able to achieve. Yet, these are still wrought in science, in reality, yet would have the makings and appear to be a god. You get what I mean?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Yeah, so any sufficiently advanced technology can appear as if it is magic.
Oh yeah. I'm familiar. I'm sorry. My wife sent me a text for some reason when she's in the other room, and so it pulled my eyes off, and I lost my train of thought there. So I apologize for that.
Yeah, no worries. So if any magic can appear from a sufficiently advanced technology, it is not unfair to say sufficiently advanced technology can become or mimic or appear to be a god. So I want everyone to be mindful.
Oh yeah.
Even if there is some creator entity or an entity that could answer any question you might ever have or divine the future, it's
I just be
imperative.
alien.
Careful.
Indeed.
Yep. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Bug.
Thanks for coming up.
Good conversation.
Better than
All right.
that angry theist we had earlier.
I mean, so you got to think a lot of these people are acting reactionarily. Not to mention, none of them are likely prepared for a proper debate. A lot of them possibly might not be well read, and it just you kind of get when you're fishing in a pond, you're going to be getting better fish than fishing in a bucket. You know.
Right.
Openly, as we're committing blasphemy, we're probably insulting them, and so but we mean well. We truly do.
I think the blasphemy thing is so dumb. Like I get that it's a part of a religion,
Indeed.
but it's like there's people that aren't your freaking religion. Like,
well, and they're
lots
committing
of people don't
blasphemy
believe-
to other religions. They just don't care because it's their religion they care about.
Right? They're committing shirk to Muslims, right? If anybody in the audience would like to come up, I'd be happy to pull somebody up if anybody thinks they have a good reason that they believe in their god, or a reason to believe in goblins, ghosts, demons, all sorts of supernatural stuff. We'd love to have somebody up here. If we can't get somebody up here, though, we might have to swap to Restream or something and try to pull in a larger audience base, or
Yep, I'm up for whatever.
But anybody in the audience, if you'd like to come up, feel free to raise your hand. We'd love to have a conversation with you and talk about religion. I feel like at this point, though, we basically deconverted all the people on this server based on the way these are going now.
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's no good evidence to believe in a god.
Yeah, I don't know why you would. It would be... You'd be delusional if you believed in a god at this point.
Yeah, and honestly, religion is such a weird thing because I used to get flack, and we should, because it's not technically mental illness, which is something that gets thrown around, means that you can't function in life. And theists can clearly function. So it's not mental illness, but I would argue that to a certain extent, it is a type of delusion, because I would say that it is this belief that a consciousness can exist free from any sort of physical form and is existing outside of time and space. Like, I know it's weird because I know I was raised a theist, but now to me, it's just so crazy. Like, I don't know what other words
You're literally
to use.
delusional if you're a theist in many ways. You think that the fabric of space-time has been modified for one specific person. That is this incoherent being that exists outside. And not just does this God thing exist somehow outside of space-time with no mind, because minds are physical, but still has consciousness somehow, but no consciousness because it doesn't have any senses. Like, I don't even know what they mean by God has a mind. Like, a mind is because of your senses.
Oh, exactly.
Your mind operates because you have constant sense data bombarding you. Well, that like that's not even a coherent thought. But
we also we work very like linear. Time is moving in a specific direction. And it's weird to me to think what a consciousness would be like that is existing in all times, at all moments, at once. If you're collecting all sense data at once, what does it even mean to have a conscious experience?
It's incoherent. It's like there's no sense data. This God has no sense data, but it knows what all sense data would be like, because it's all knowing, right? Isn't that what that would be?
Yeah.
It has no sense data, but I don't know.
But it also has a plan. It very specifically wants things to go a very specific way, depending on the religion.
But it has all knowledge and all power, and was able to mess it up. Like, what?
I also don't understand prayers. I'm not the first person to make this observation, but like, if you are making prayers and he accepts your prayer, does that mean that God's plan has been changed?
Right. You're as strong as Barry now.
I don't know. It just has so many loopholes.
Right. I was doing a stream the other day, and I had some dude pop on, and I was trying to run Atheist Precept, but as you know, with Atheist Precept, I stop running it when they tell me that they've seen a miracle or supernatural thing, because I at that point I'm very serious in my thought that they might not be. Maybe I shouldn't be talking to that person at that point if they truly believe they've had a miracle or a supernatural experience, if you catch my drift. And
well, the adage is, if you talk with God, that's religion. If God talks back, that's need for help.
Right. But this guy was like so convinced that he had like 5 miracles, and we couldn't even get through the first one, right? And he's like, I had a thought that I should go home, or a voice in my head, and that I should go home. And then he said that somebody was going to try to burn his house down, and he was able to stop him. But I mean, there was so little to that. It's just, he could have had a thought, right? But this guy is going from like there's so many possible physical options. Somebody could have whispered him. He whispered to him, which didn't sound like it was the case, but he could have just thought it and like not realize. I don't know. He could have been imagining stuff. He could have hallucinated. Just so many options that should come first before thinking it's God, regardless of the situation. That's coincidence, right? Should come before God.
Sorry, I was typing trying to entice Christians. But yes, you would think that would be more likely than a god. They never go through like rare events as well or anything like that before they get to a deity.
Right. What's going on, non-theist?
Not much. Just wanted to get up here. I know I'm not a Christian, so I can't offer the argument that you guys needed. Give me 1 second.
I don't think anyone can give us the argument we
Talking
needed.
crap in chat.
Sorry, my kid was demanding my attention.
All good.
Okay. Yeah, so no, I just wanted to offer some of my insights. I know I've listened to quite a few of these different Theist Helplines, and I enjoy the conversations I get. I like it when people are on like T-Jump and all these other people. It's entertaining to listen to a lot of the theists scramble to come up with post hoc rationalizations for a lot of the things that the atheists bring up. But I wanted to talk about some of my experience as a theist when I was a Christian. I grew up in a religious Christian fundamentalist cult, right wing
Oh boy.
cult in upstate New York, similar to like Westboro Baptist, but they were kind of a mix between like Pentecostal and Baptist. We got the fire and brimstone sermons, but also the being slain in the Holy Spirit and speaking in tongues nonsense. And I just wanted to get your guys' take on the whole idea of speaking in tongues, because it's not from studying the Bible and being a Christian at the time and looking at everybody doing it and experiencing it firsthand. It's not even it's not even a in the Bible. It's a like extra biblical doctrine that was created from a misinterpretation of when the disciples were gifted the gift of tongues by God to go and minister the gospel to foreign nations. It was so that they had like a spell put on them, like a language spell, so that they could, and auto translate everything to all these different nations. And that was what the passage says. But nowhere does it say they just started praying in gibberish that nobody understood.
Can I give you 2 responses?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. My first response would be Umakata ukata seba akatupa. My second answer would be yes, it is gibberish, but they're using things like the syntax from just natural languages and just funneling gibberish through it. And so it feels like a language when, yes, like you said, it truly is not. And so it's interesting that it's actually a non-biblical tradition. I'm not sure I knew that. I just knew it was nonsense.
Yeah, it's not. It's actually considered a heresy by a lot of other congregations and denominations, because the Bible doesn't say that. Like Baptists don't believe in that. They believe in you get baptized with the water baptism, and other like it's specifically like right-wing Protestant American Christians that are like deeply deep in an echo chamber away from other Christians that develop these speaking in tongue rituals. And in our church, because we were a cult and we were isolated from the community and other people around us, he would play fucking Alex Jones and Kent Hovind on the projector in the sanctuary. He was nuts. And the speaking in tongues thing is it's just fascinating to me, because when I grew up, even witnessing, as a child, I'll tell you what my experience was, and I guarantee you this was the same for other people in the congregation. They just didn't want to admit it. Was you see everyone else faking it or doing it, and you're like, well, what the fuck is wrong with me? I'm not receiving the gift of the Holy Spirit. I gotta like do something, just start doing something so I fit in, right? So you just, do what you got to do to fit in and not be singled out. But I think that's what a lot of people do with the speaking in tongues nonsense. Is they it's like a self-hypnosis. You're in the moment. Everybody's flailing around and there's music playing and there's a lot of energy in the room and everybody's like whooping and hollering and you're worked up, and it's like it's like a psychosis almost. And
there
I
is
think
also
that is a testament to. Sorry, go ahead. What?
Oh no, there's something very powerful also about the social pressure in a room. And so like if you are, there's no real scientific backing behind hypnosis. And so like if you're doing hypnosis and someone says, to do this, there's a lot of social pressure, unless you're a true skeptic trying to prove them wrong, to just go along with it. And the same is probably true, especially if you're raised in it and you have no other, no other ability to reach out to any other social circles. You just want to fit in. So you do what everyone else is doing. And, you may even see a benefit to, playing it up a little. This is to our benefit when it's our family.
Well, there's that, but my being having the worst luck of all time in my situation is a lot of people will find that motivation to try to fit in. Mine was fear of abuse and punishment.
Oof.
So that was my motivating factor for
well, there's that too.
which was causes a lot of PTSD that you carry into adulthood, by the way. So but
religious trauma is not only real, we do have some sort of, oh my goodness, the ACA people used to hook people up with a specific line that was for religious trauma.
But I'm in New York, and you're
with liberals now.
Religion Foundation, I think it is.
Freedom from Religion Foundation, yes.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of them up there, but no, I just wanted to talk about that and like help people understand, present my experience from firsthand being in that situation and seeing other Christians go through stuff like that. It's like you guys were talking about the delusional aspect of religion. I think a lot of these people, the delusion, it boils down to a delusion, but they're so deluded that they view it as reality. They don't see it's impossible for them to see it as a delusion unless they take that personal journey, and it takes years to break free from it. But they grow up with it enforced constantly as a reality, and to them, it's just their reality.
They literally are defending a mind with no brain, no physical inputs, nothing like that prior to space time. I mean, it's absolutely
right. You understand that. You understand that. You've educated yourself and you've read books and you've listened to people, and because you've taken that journey. They're coming from a place of ignorance, of complete nothing, non-knowing. They don't know what the ramifications of their beliefs are. They don't know the epistemological holes in their beliefs,
and it's an echo chamber.
No concept of it.
It's people are also funneling them. If you have any doubts, it's seen as a weakness. It is seen as something to get over.
Immediately push the doubts out. Don't even acknowledge them. It's weakness. It's the devil trying to get you. Immediately push them and apologize to God for being a doubter and being a doubting Thomas.
But
ask for forgiveness.
Ask for forgiveness. It's you. It's really a you problem if you think about it.
Yeah. Don't question it. You're just a bad Christian if you're questioning.
See, and that
you don't
kind
have
of
enough
stuff,
faith.
It's like a bad relationship.
Yeah, it's abusive. It's an abusive relationship. It's don't you dare question me or you are the problem. It's narcissism. That's why people get locked in the
Recovering from
bed.
religion for a correction from earlier. My fault. Wrong one.
Right. Freedom from
recovering.
religion is the lawyers that protect free speech, and then recovering
Right,
from
yeah.
religion. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Someone, yeah, Robin Webster corrected me in text chats.
Yeah,
More
so you
you
guys
Both good organizations, though.
right. Yeah, I've looked into them. They're really good. But yeah, the cult I grew up in, they I have a lot of experience with, that personal self-delusion and all that stuff, and I just wanted to piggyback on what you guys were saying. But
Final thing
interesting.
before you go, I use the C word a lot, and it does trigger them, but I always say, like, I don't mean it as an insult. I truly mean the literal version. When I say cult, I don't mean like, and I always say, like, the example I always bring, that if someone tells you, look, we're about to kill someone, he, has never done anything wrong, but then after we kill him and sacrifice his body for our bad doings, we're going to eat his blood and body for the rest of our days to ensure that we're not tortured. I'd be like, all right, that sounds a little cult-like, but whatever.
Yeah. Speaking of that, of killing somebody, the cult I grew up in, actually, one of the kids I knew since we were toddlers, my family, my mom had actually left the cult before they did, and a couple of years after we left, I walked past one day and there's a SWAT team outside the compound, and they had actually killed him and beaten his brother half to death. And they all went to prison. I think most of them are out of prison by now. But there was like a whole national news story on it. And TYT did a story on it, and my uncle was talking to Anderson Cooper about it and all this other crap, and seeing all that again and reliving everything because of it's like it feels like a dream, And
I'll tell you, as a
I
priest,
want
you
people to
can't go to jail and say you found Jesus, huh? I'm sorry, you're telling a heartfelt story, and I'm
No, you're good. But yeah, I just have a unique perspective on the dangers of what religion allows for. It allows for this type of thing to happen because you don't see these types of abusive, disgusting, sexually perverted cults in secular viewpoints and whatever else. You don't see one of these at a Comic-Con. These people are. It opens the doors for these types of psychopaths to take control of other people. And yeah, I think that's the danger in it.
And I couldn't agree more, non-theist. I do think that we have a theist about to be queued up. So is there anything?
Yep.
I enjoyed this conversation, but is there any final word that you would like?
No, that's it. Nobody was talking, so I just wanted to come up real quick. But if there's people coming in, I'll catch you guys later. You guys have a good one.
Thank you so much. It was an enjoyable conversation.
Yep. Thanks
Bye-bye.
for joining us.
Yeah.
And then Abe, what's going on, dude?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Abe, what's going on, man?
You were just talking about the cult part. I've heard that quite a bit, but I haven't really heard the argument presented succinctly anywhere. Could you explain more about why you think, say, Christianity or particularly the Catholic Church would be a cult?
Sure. So right away, anytime someone says they're following someone perfect and they do nothing wrong, right away a red flag. Because so Jesus did do wrong things. I want to put that right on the table. He made mistakes. We could argue about whether they're moral mistakes or not, but a red flag right away when we're following a leader who says they are perfect and can do nothing wrong. I would also argue that he tells you to sell your belongings, to leave your family, and to follow him. Also, big red flag. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't sell all your belongings. You should not leave your family just to follow a guy who says that he's perfect. Third, John claims that he's God. I don't say that Jesus claims that he's God because I don't think that Jesus ever did claim so. I would argue, and my information is coming from Bert Ehrman. He's a biblical scholar. He is an atheist, admittedly, but I'll give you argumentation if you would like. I also think that even if it were true and Jesus is going around and he's telling people he is the son of a god, third red flag. So is there anything under there? Because that's all cult-like. I would say all of those things. Before we even get to the drinking the blood and eating the body and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think those were all, and actually those are reasons some of them weren't, I was not expecting you to give, so those were certainly helpful.
Oh, thank you.
What are we, because I've heard slightly different definitions of a cult, but we all kind of have the same understanding of what we're referring to. What would you, I guess, define as a cult?
A system of religious veneration and devotion towards a particular figure.
Okay, so it's heavily emphasized on that it's about a particular human being rather than, an ideology or whatever.
Yeah,
or an object or a thing. I'm just
Yeah.
saying a figure because we're talking about Jesus for Christianity, right?
Sure. And what if that thing, let's say, we don't even have to discuss whether or not Jesus is good or bad or evil or whatever. What if that thing to which you are venerating or directing all your actions towards is actually a good thing?
See,
It's not.
Oh no, go Taka.
So you're asking what if the Christianity is a good thing, or Islam is a good thing, or Hinduism is a good thing, and all the other religions are bad, or something like that?
It really doesn't even have to be especially religious. Although I suppose it could be. What if, would it be cultish if, or a cult if that toward which you are venerating and acting towards in everything you do, what if that thing is good?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's cultish. Like if you're venerating a Christ God creature, and I mean that's cult.
Well, and
It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. Although the Christian one is definitely not good, but I don't see why why it being good or bad would matter if it was a cult. It's an apocalyptic death cult, right? Like you don't get you get punished on Earth and afterlife with a promise of reward in the afterlife.
And I would just also separate out two things. Like, I know it sounds weird phrasing it this way, but there's nothing stopping cults from giving charity. And it separates it out from what the organization is. And so I'm not saying that Christianity can't do good things, because we often get that as an example. You won't see any bigger group of people who give more to charity or feed more hungry than the religion. I would say that is, I hate to say it's a red herring, because it's almost like trying to say, yeah, it's a cult, but it's a good cult. And I would say that's a sidestep, because really what I'm saying is we shouldn't be following people and giving them this much power. I also have, it depends on the religion. Everything's a little bit, specific. I very much dislike sacrificial logic as well. And so, I struggle with the killing a good guy. That's the other claim, is that Jesus was such a good guy. And thus, it makes it very weird that God would want to kill himself. And this is his way of getting us around sins that we did. I also find sins, again, a little suspicious, cult-like, and yet that has nothing to do with your works, let's say, about how well you're actually going out there and doing things for people.
Okay, so there are a couple of things I want to pick up on there. The first question I have is, I guess, more on what we mean by cult. Would you consider a thing to be a cult if the goal is, if everyone in the cult is trying to do uh, the entirety of their actions are towards doing the greatest possible good in this moment right now, and that's everything that they do?
Absolutely, 100%. They would still be a cult.
Yeah, exactly.
Just look at the Heaven's Gate cult or any of the other big cults like that.
But can I give you an example? Let me just.
I mean, Christianity
Or no, go
is probably
Taco.
the largest cult, right? But like the next largest ones, where in the U.S. that you would encounter, probably like Islam, Hinduism. I mean, there's a lot of other cults, right?
But I can make it.
They all claim that they're going for the good, but
Exactly,
there's like
yes,
extreme
indeed.
ones, like the Heaven's Gate, which is like a heavy, crazy shit one. They thought they were doing the right thing.
So what's the counter proposal then? That we like don't try to do the right thing, or we just don't think about
No, it has
what is
nothing.
good?
It has nothing to do with the right thing. We should do the right thing. If a leader tells us to do the right thing, that's fine. What becomes a problem is when the leader is the source of the goodness and not us actually trying to do a good thing. Like you don't.
What do you mean by?
So can I? Let me just give you an example. This is what I really mean. Very clear cut. Okay. People love Taylor Swift in this country. I'm a fan of Taylor Swift myself. Do you think, and they call themselves Swifties, do you think liking Taylor Swift is a cult?
No.
Okay, if Taylor Swift were to come out tomorrow and she were to say, I'm perfect, I cannot be wrong, and you should, while listening to my music, follow me, is it a cult? Sounds
I'm assuming she wouldn't. Yeah, I it depends on what happens next, I suppose. But yes, that sounds like it could become a cult.
And that really is my barometer. If Jesus was just out there and he's like, guys, come on, just feed the poor and help everybody. And you know what? That may actually have been what Jesus did. I'm very skeptical of the Bible because it's not, he is a character in it, but it would seem very ungodlike for him to go around saying he's God. It makes more sense to me that a follower would say that about him. Nonetheless, that's why I am so suspicious of all this. It is nothing to do with going out and doing charity. If Jesus was telling us the most kind, great things, that's amazing. It's when you tell me that he is the Son of God, he is perfect, that he can't even be wrong about this stuff. That is a cult.
So the issue is when there isn't an independent justification for the actions besides the leader, say.
Yes, I would say when Jesus says we should help the poor, it's not coming from Jesus. It just turns out Jesus is an okay guy, and he's telling you not to hate the poor.
Sure. Then I suppose the natural next point for the argument would be to get into, I suppose, presuppositionalism, but that's not something I'm comfortable with discussing.
And I will warn you, that is something Taco is very comfortable with.
Yeah, I'm not going to venture down there. I did have one, if you guys have time, I did want to follow up with something you talked about, Amy, in your questioning of sacrificial logic.
Sure.
And could you elaborate on that?
Sure. So I come from a Jewish background. The Jews sacrificed animals to God. I would say in that seed alone, I'm already not happy. I don't like it. I don't like the logic of killing an animal so the rain can come or so that we can get better crops. I think that Jesus is just the evolved version of this. They tell us that this is a step in the right direction. To me, it's either a adjacent step or a move in the wrong direction, because we are killing a guy. And by killing this guy, it's actually undoing all the bad stuff that we did. And when I lay it out like this, the Christians generally come to me and they say, oh, you just don't get it. You don't understand how nice of a guy. If you understood how perfect he was, you would be okay with us killing him. And to me, that makes it worse. I am not a fan of I'm not saying the sacrificial logic doesn't work. I guess I could not like it and it still be true. Nonetheless, killing someone, whether it's an animal, a person, or whatever, for bad things that we did, or not even bad things, the weather or anything, I don't think it works. I don't think it's moral. And so I push back on really any religion that has what I would call this logic of sacrifice.
Do you think there's interpretive room within the Bible? Obviously, it's not a
Yes.
historical perspective anyone would take, but do you think there's room for someone to say that how do I want to phrase this precisely?
Well, I can agree. I think I know what you're saying. If there's when you take these stories metaphorically, they become sane again. Mythic structure designates, and I'm a big fan of mythic structure and the hero's journey and all that, designates you must have some sort of sacrifice from the hero at like 2/3, 3/4 of the way for the story so that you can get into Act 3, so that you can prove how good of a person he is or she is. Nonetheless, it's not a literal thing. When we take all of these stories literal, that's when they become barbaric. If you're to sit here and tell me, well, Noah is about family and really just sticking together, cool. But it's when we actually kill everybody in the story that it becomes a horror show. So yeah, I'll grant you, if that's what you're about to say, is there room for interpretation where we can make these metaphorical wisdoms from our ancestors? Yes, it's when we take it literal and Jesus literally has to die for the sins of Adam and Eve that that's our pushback.
Hey, but you don't think the flood in the Bible happened, do you?
I'm really not sure. I have not spent any time considering that. Is there
What do
something
you
you
think
have
the
to
age of the Earth is? What do you think
Pardon,
the
go
age
ahead.
of the Earth is?
I really have no idea. I will say I've not heard really a good argument for young Earth creationism, although I've heard a lot of people try to make the argument. I really don't know.
Do you think dinosaurs existed?
Probably. I have a lot of dinosaur toys, and it would be cooler if they did exist.
Do you think dinosaurs existed alongside humans?
I have no idea.
Do you accept evolution?
Yes, but I question how interspecies, like how new species could be created. But other than that, no, yeah, I would generally accept evolution.
What about abiogenesis?
I've never heard of that.
Life from non-life. It's the scientific hypothesis right now explaining the natural formation of life from non-life through chemical processes. Basically, RNA and then DNA and then cell forms at what they're thinking is the thermal vents at the bottom of the ocean. I forget what they're called. Is it just thermal vents? Maybe that's what it just forms naturally right around there. Just proper substrate, heat, energy, all that.
Okay. I don't really know what any of that means, but I suppose I would probably just go with the scientific consensus in that regard.
Okay.
I will say, to give you
So
a pass,
why would-
the Catholics do believe in evolution and Big Bang. I
So-
know you don't have to, but sorry, Taco.
So you were saying presuppos. So you said you are you a presuppositionalist now?
I don't really spend I study more, which is why I discuss a little more with the mythic structure of Christianity. I've spent a lot more time studying that. So I'm not super great on theistic apologetics, So, but yeah, I would probably consider myself a presuppositionalist or a classical theist.
You just so you're just assuming that this God thing is true, which is insane, dude. So, and I'm not just trying to attack you there. I'm just saying it's
Absolutely, I agree with you
so
100%.
there's so much that doesn't cohere with the Bible. The Bible seems to be historically inaccurate in both the Old and New Testament in many parts. Jesus isn't actually doesn't actually have that very good of evidence supporting his existence. The resurrection is claimed based off of the book. There's no external evidence of that. There would absolutely be external evidence if somebody came back to life on that. And even if we look at the people that wrote about Jesus, they wrote about resurrections of other people, right? So, like, even if we granted Jesus's resurrection, you would have like, do you accept Jesus was resurrected from the dead?
I don't have an intellectual grounding for it. Well, somewhat, but not the one that
So
you'd
you
be
do
looking for.
accept it, you just can't justify it to somebody using your brain. It's just a feeling based on the religion, right?
It makes sense to me. I think it's at least a useful myth. That's the way that I would put it. But no, I wouldn't be able to justify it intellectually.
So would you think that who was it? Nero was resurrected from the dead, like Tacitus said? Tacitus?
I've heard of Nero. I know he's a Roman emperor, but I'm not super familiar with the resurrection thing that you're talking about.
Yeah, but basically he just was resurrected from the dead.
Right.
I mean, of course, neither of the resurrections happened, right? But it's other mythology. I was just asking because he's somebody that writes about Jesus. So if you were to accept Jesus, that's one of the only sources that Tacitus that you could be Tacitus. I can't freaking say his name, but that's one of the only sources that you could use to support the existence of Jesus. And so he's talking about another Roman ruler being resurrected, right? And he talks about like supernatural stuff of other figures too, and so does Josephus, right? Josephus also writes about other supernatural people, right? I mean, during this time, this is a time when supernatural stuff was talked about, right? And there was this mythology. So you think there's a God thing that exists, but you don't really care enough about the text to see if any of it coheres with reality. So you're kind of like a passive believer that you probably haven't really read the Bible, right?
Are you saying that I haven't? I'm confused. Was that a question?
Yeah. So it seems like you're probably a passive believer and you really haven't read the Bible.
Oh, I'm
and you just go
definitely
to
an
church?
active believer, just not in the theistic apologetic sense.
So how do you deal with the scientific contradictions that you encounter with what's presented in the Bible?
Sure. So a couple thoughts on that. Firstly, there's obviously only so much time that one can spend on a particular topic. So the idea that any individual can totally comprehend and justify every single potential contradiction risen by the atheist is simply an unreasonable standard. But I will admit that there are certainly reasonable objections out there. The second way I would respond is that I care, but either way, it hasn't done me harm. In fact, I would say it's done me good. And I think the average person in a modern liberal democracy is probably going to be more helped by a reasonable religion than hurt.
Do you not think that there would be better ways to spread that information? Are there not means like songs to like ways that you can spread information, or I mean, there's other ways to. I'm just asking why wouldn't you just use a better way of spreading information? Like religion comes with all sorts of outdated, evil morals. The God in it is obviously some type of demon. Like I don't know why you would want to worship an evil demon when it seems like it doesn't even exist in the first place.
So the individual answer that I would respond, at least that accounts for my quote unquote belief, would be that it's 99% of it has been good. It's certainly had a very positive influence on my life. And I would say, generally speaking, for anyone in a similar middle upper class modern liberal
May
democracy.
I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's because the people in your life aren't the God. They aren't some type of evil demon like the God thing is, right? They disagree with the religious morality. That's why you're following that. That's why you think you're in some type of like liberal Christianity that doesn't follow the actual Christianity, right? I don't think you're a real Christian, or anybody in your family is a real Christian, right? The actual Christianity promotes slavery, the R word, incest, war, what it promotes the unjustified killing of individuals. And then it provides justifications for killing and hurting individuals. And then the God wipes out all of humanity, basically. And then the God annihilates the dude's family to see if he loves him, to see how much he really loves him. And then the God, also with that guy, the God bets with the actual good guy in this story, that Satan guy. He's actually the good guy. He's the only guy that's rising up and fighting against this evil deity demon that's trying to control all humanity and put evil and promote slavery. But the Satan guy is trying to protect the world from the slavery in the book, right? And allow people to be free, right? And I mean, the Satan guy is obviously the good guy. And so I'm just saying, I don't get how people can actually read this book and think that this God thing is good.
Sure, yeah. I suppose a couple on that with a question. I've never heard it so forcefully presented, the argument you just made. So I would love to get your thoughts on that. And secondly, you mentioned that I was probably in like a progressive, not super Christian, whatever. And I'm actually like Catholic, actually probably more on the conservative side, at least for where I live. So I would think I'd be pretty mainline Christian. But anyway, the question I had. Go ahead.
Oh no, those guys are really liberal. They aren't, Catholics aren't real Christians, right? Like real Christians promote slavery and incest and war and hatred of people for who they are, and stuff like that, right? So if you're not doing that, then you're not a real Christian, right?
Yeah, in fact, just to translate, it's often said that metaphorical Christians view the Bible the least. The literals will, kind of take a more literal interpretation. And then there's atheists. And we say, well, it does say kind of you should own slaves and you should take them from the nations around you. And you should have a rapist make sure that if he gets caught, that he marries the victim. I think what Taka is trying to highlight
and
is
pays
that
50 shekels. You forgot to pay the father 50
sure he
shekels.
pays the father 50 shekels. So I think what he's trying to highlight is that we view it as the warm, cuddly version of Christianity now. Like this is the Christianity that is now accepted within secular society. So much
right,
so
you're literally
that even
borrowing our secular morality so that you can make it by in our secular society. This isn't the real Christianity, bro.
Sure, couple thoughts on that. First, I question, although it's certainly possible that at least where I'm from, the United States, I wouldn't call it, at least in any political or probably not even a social sense, that it's a atheistic society. And second, actually, I'll leave it there if you guys want to comment on that. Otherwise, I can give you a second point.
Secular, not atheist, because atheists, there's many types of ways you can have atheist societies. I think from a Western, we mostly align that with communism, not saying it has to be, but we view secularity as kind of a neutral zone, as in, doesn't matter if you're an atheist or a theist, we just all agree that we're not going to push each other's views on each other. And that's when we say we're secular, we're not saying that it is indeed atheist on our side. We're saying that these a denomination of Christians, and I would argue deists, were getting persecuted in Europe. They fled here to America, where they created a country in which they knew that religious denominations persecute each other, and created a system in which everyone could just be themselves. And I would say that is what secularity is.
Historically speaking, I just don't, and I can only speak for the United States because that's the only history and people that I strongly know. It's just not accurate. I mean, we could see in the 13 colonies, if you wanted to have any political position, most of them you had to have taken an oath that you swear to Jesus Christ that you believe in him.
But
oftentimes
can
it
I
would
pause
be
you for a
explicitly
second?
anti-Catholic. Go ahead. Yes,
because
please.
we have to separate out the people from the founding of the country and ultimately what is the type of government that, because the people who were mainly, I would say groups of Christians that they were Protestants that fled, disagreements with the Catholic Church, but the people who truly created our government were deists. And there were a lot of them were still Christians, but there were these people that tended to understand that if you just picked a single denomination, that they were always going to feud. So it's true that I would say we had a bunch of Puritans that came to this religion. A lot of people would say that the religious extremists came to this country, and that's why we have these radical versions of some of these versions of Christianity here. Nonetheless, our government, it doesn't care if you're a Muslim, it doesn't care if you're a Jew, it doesn't care what version of Christianity or even an atheist are. Now, I'll put that up against the cultural phenomena. It's very hard to get elected in this country unless you profess to some sort of God, but that's not in the Constitution.
Yes, absolutely. I would agree with you, but there are still some very fundamental Christian underpinnings of American political life. Now, obviously, that's decreased since 1789, but
sure.
The point remains.
But can I show you where that's a completely? Not only is it so bad, it's so bad that I bet you'd agree with me. Okay, is there anything more disgusting than these sort of prosperity gospels, seed gospels? Send me your money, and you're going to make more money.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Those are biblical distortions.
And that's American as apple pie, unfortunately. That's what I would say our claim is. And so we have to separate out what I think is, the historical fact that it's true that a bunch of Puritans and other religious denominations, some of them, which we probably view as extreme, came over here. Though I guess some of the atheists would also say they're just literalists. Nonetheless, that's different because we don't want those people running our country. You wouldn't want them telling you that's the type of Christianity that you would want to follow. And so ultimately, you'd be more.
He voted Trump, right, Abe? You vote Trump?
Probably.
Aren't you?
That's correct.
Yeah. Aren't you a Christian nationalist?
I'm not quite familiar with the term Christian nationalism, but I generally know what it refers to. But if you have a specific definition,
so if you voted for Trump, you're voting with the same people that want to turn the country into a theocracy.
Okay.
He supports the bad types of Adobe products. I'm not going to keep on saying it. That joke makes me laugh, though.
Project 2025, you support that if you voted Trump, which literally turns the government into a theocracy. So, like, by the transitive property, you are a theocrat.
So I, generally speaking, do actually support Project 2025 directly, although I have not read the whole thing. So if there's a particular passage that you're concerned about, I'd love to talk about that.
I
but
mean,
just because
there's a lot of stuff that we're concerned about in there.
Sure, yeah. I guess the second comment I would make, and I would love to hear those concerns you have in there, would be I have a friend, good friend, very reasonable person. He's center left. He voted for Kamala Harris because he found Donald Trump despicable. That doesn't mean that he's the same as the Democratic Socialists who also voted for Kamala Harris, or that he supports the communists who may have voted for Kamala Harris.
Well, you literally just said you support Project 2025, though. That's the movement. You are the same. You want to.
Okay, so let's get into the concerning parts there then, because I have not heard of particularly concerning parts. So I'd love to hear about why I shouldn't support it.
Makes federal workers the enemy. They want to be. It said very specifically they want to give the message that they're lazy, that they are just not doing anything, and thus, when we dispose of them, much easier if the sentiment reflects that.
And I, generally speaking, think that that's a necessary thing. We saw it under, I reckon it's Clinton, if I remember correctly. He tried to do civil service reform and it didn't work. There needs to be some broad-based shakeup. And I agree, there's going to be some really bad things that happen. But the good that'll inevitably result of it in future presidents, I think will far surpass the cons that we're going to see today.
But very specifically, one of the things that Trump wants is loyalists. And so do you think it's good moving forward that instead of just having people with no political affiliation working in the government, but they actually are loyal to specific presidents?
I think there are points where that's helpful, and I think there are points where that's harmful. I think his recent judicial appointment was broadly reported in the New York Times. I can't remember the name, but that was very concerning to me.
Can I ask, and this is just, again, my dad's name's Jeff, and there are other people named Jeff in the news. Do you support the people that are protecting any of the people aligned with a random Jeff?
I don't really understand
Am I being
the question.
too vague? Epstein. I should have just went on the nose.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Do I? No, I don't support Epstein. If that's
No, it wasn't supporting Epstein. I just wish they would release the files. I'm not even a conspiracy theory person, but I feel like they brought this on themselves, and so
yeah.
It also
absolutely.
is weird that there is a missing minute like that. Can we all just admit that that's a weird kind of security flaw if your cameras just turn off randomly for a solid 60 seconds? But that's okay. I'm sure it was kosher. What were we talking about? You still support Trump, really, after all this? I know
Yeah,
the
this is
issue with
religious.
Project 2025 that I've been saying is that it is trying to shape the culture and society into a conservative Christian nationalist version of society. It will be a theocracy is what it's trying to do.
Do you have a particular policy that
all of it, the whole thing as a whole is trying to shape the nation into a conservative Christian nationalist nation.
Okay, so what do you mean by Christian nationalism? Because I'm familiar with the term, but not the specifics.
So,
Nazi. You guys are Nazis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't support Nazis.
Yeah,
and
you
to the
do.
extent that, okay, tell me how I support Nazis.
You're a Christian nationalist.
You just repeated, if I'm remembering correctly, that's another word for Nazi. If I remember correctly. Or am I
Well,
misinterpreting?
you support Trump, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, Abe, a Christian nationalist is someone who believes that their country is not only great, but it is the number one, better than all other countries, and that it should be a Christian nation to the point that other people should be forced to be Christian within that amazing First Nation.
I think there are certain fundamentally Christian principles that at least I historically understand to be fundamentally Christian principles that you have to, or the U.S. should base its legal system on. But there are other certainly Christian nationalist positions that I don't support.
But should we be forced to be Christians, Taco and I?
Absolutely not.
Okay, we're coming over at least to a more liberal side, but would you? I guess you would prefer this, however, to be a Christian nation.
It depends what you mean by Christian nation. I think in order to have a sensible legal code, it has to be at least certain, what I understand to be historically Christian principles. But beyond that, I don't really think it needs to be Christian, whatever sense in the word that means.
Can you give me an example of one of those fundamental principles? And can I just take a guess and say it's "Thou shalt not kill"? Well, what are one of those Christian principles?
No, yeah, it's got nothing to do with the Ten Commandments, at least to the extent that I understand the Ten Commandments. No, yeah, that's surprising, probably.
Well, then, yeah, what are we talking about?
So I'm going to be going to law school, and the common definition of the law is basically the rule of the sovereign. And that's, in my opinion, a fundamentally flawed definition of the law, because the law is whatever you want it to be, even if it's inherently contradictory. Rather, in order for the people to possess any rights, they have to come from some kind of something. We can call it the Christian God, we can call it things that vaguely resemble the Christian God, whatever. But probably the easiest way to understand that would be a Christian God. That's the sense that I would support Christian nationalism.
But can't it just be the rights come from us?
You could just use Hammurabi's code. It's older, and Christianity borrowed a lot from that, right? That would be better, and that would be secular. You wouldn't have to have a bunch of baggage like this incoherent mind that doesn't receive sense data but knows everything and is all powerful. That's obviously made up, because that type of thing is literally just made up imagination games, right? You don't have to have any of that baggage, right? You don't have to have people claiming breaks of the fabric of space-time where stuff that's impossible happens and that this is impossible. You don't have to believe in nonsense. You don't have to have people pray for stuff that's never going to happen for them, right? It's a better world. It would be a better world. You could do it without Christian nationalism.
I'm not so sure that I agree that it would be a better world, but I'd be open to convincing on that. The problem with the Hammurabi Code is that it totally would violate the 14th Amendment. Like, it wouldn't even come close. And I think the other problem is that when
I'm just saying that there's other sources of this stuff, right? In the law, you could do it with just, you don't have to do Christian nationalism. We have a secular nation already that's way superior to anything Christianity offers. And you guys are trying to make it more like Christianity. That's what this is all about, and Project 2025 is about, is to try to make it align more with Christian ideology, which is insane. So when the atheist uprising takes over, are you going to want them to vote to remove your religion? And are you going to want them to make the nation so that there can never be religion in the government again?
I don't know what you mean precisely by religion in the government.
What if they changed the laws so that religious people couldn't hold office and religious people didn't have the right to vote?
Yes, that would be very concerning.
That's what you guys have caused. by dropping the nuclear
Ooh.
option. That's what's going to happen in 2028. What don't you
I
understand?
don't think so. Okay, so you're saying that prior to
You guys already
2025,
used the nuclear option. You're trying to convert the nation from a secular nation to a religious nation, right?
quite frankly, I couldn't care less who converts. If that's what Project 2025 is about, they can do that. I still support.
What
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying is you're turning it into a theocracy. But like, what is going to happen is there's going to be an authoritarian movement here in a few years, and they're going to take away a lot of rights from the people that cause this in response to what's going on.
Okay, I would love to go into why you think there will be an authoritarian movement, because that would be very concerning. I'm more concerned about authoritarianism than I am concerned about America being.
Because the current administration we have is an authoritarian right-wing administration. And so when the left wins, they're going to have to be equally authoritarian. And they're going to be going in the opposite direction and try to put stuff into place that will prevent this from happening again.
So we do need to be rebellious.
What
this
about the Trump
administration.
administration do you think is authoritarian?
After you go, Taco, I
They're
have a question.
sending people to the president is sending people to stop protests. The president is focusing on he's just outright ignoring Supreme Court orders and federal judge orders and that type of thing. But like he's put a bunch of stuff into play more quickly than the other departments of the government can keep up with what he's doing, and he's immediately beginning to enact those laws that he's creating that before the other branches can impact to even take a look at the documents, and then he's not listening to them. He's telling them, I don't care, when they tell him he can't do stuff.
Yep.
Like, this is an authoritarian dictatorship. He's a dictator right now, basically. How do you not see the authoritarian in office? But what do you think it means when, like, the Supreme
getting
Court
stuff they like
or
for now,
a federal judge tells him he can't do something that's not constitutional, and he still does it? Is that not authoritarian? Do you think it's better for the nation to totally skirt the balance of powers?
Can you give me an example of where that has occurred? Because then I would absolutely join you in condemning that.
He deported someone who was assigned legally here. He originally came here legally. He went to federal courts, argued his case. He was able to legally be here as long as he did ICE check-ins. He was deported. And for a long time, his supporters actually, they would cheer. They're like, tell us when Garcia's coming back. He ain't coming back. And then he had a Supreme Court ruling that said that, yeah, you actually do need due process and a reason to deport him, especially to another country. And so came back here, and now they're trying to, get him. They're calling him a gang member. They photoshopped images of his tattoos showing how he was actually an MS-13. And so all of his supporters say, oh, it's a gang member. You don't like us deporting gang members? But no, you should be deporting criminals and violent criminals. But generally speaking, illegals and immigrants commit less crimes than per capita than citizens. And so I would want to keep the large amount of immigrants. I would even argue a good amount of undocuments that are hardworking citizens just adding to our society. And I do have a question for you. Do you want to comment on that? But I have a question for you.
No, yeah, I'm happy to hear the question.
Okay, very specifically, because Taco brought up Project 2025, and we said Project 2025 was going to happen for.
So approximately 1/3 of federal judicial rulings against Trump were met with resistance.
Would you like me to respond to that, or do you want to go on with your question?
I mean, not only is he sue happy, I do believe he held a Guinness World Record for lawsuits at one point. It's very odd that he not only sues people. I find it scary that he's going over and trying to attack all of these media companies. A lot of them had to settle for what seemed like, if you don't settle, we're going to mess you up in other ways, or you better settle or we're not going to approve your merger, which is mob stuff. Like, it is stuff that we should be seeing in The Sopranos and not in the White House. But my question, because we could stay here for hours about how skeezy the planes and the inside trading that would be so easy to do, and what seems like a lot of his admin was doing. Nonetheless, my question for you is Project 2025 specifically. They're trying to, let's say, lighten the country a little bit, if you catch my drift, if I'm not being on the nose enough for you. And one of the ways they're doing so is that they want to not just go over, they don't want to just deport the immigrants that are committing crimes and horrible things and gangs and blah, 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 scary stuff. Stephen Miller, and I quote, says, you should be going after at fucking Home Depot. Do you agree with that? Are those the immigrants? Are you trying? I'm not you personally, but do you approve of like switching, I would say, arguably, from what I would say most of the country agrees on, is no one wants a murderer here. I feel like I'm okay with deporting serial murderers into islands with no supplies on them. Nonetheless, like, the good people that go to Home Depot and like just want to feed their families, or are maids at a lot of these rich motherfuckers' houses, excuse my language again. So yeah, what is your immigration policy, if you had to choose, look like?
Yeah, that's a really good question, I think, but rather quite forcefully. Oh my gosh, I just forgot everything. We can absolutely probably agree that serious criminals who are not here legally, or even who are here legally, should be strongly considered for deportation. I would probably argue that standard for what is considered a serious crime should be set much lower than probably you would think, but that's probably a matter for a different day.
But
when it comes to, I think there's a more fundamental problem. The fundamental problem is that when you walk into the United States, legally speaking, if I'm understanding at least historically how the laws work, you can claim asylum, and then you're guaranteed a court date. The problem is, though, there really isn't the court dates are so far in the future that you can stay here for often a number of years before you have to appear in court. Oftentimes, a number of court appearances required, and you don't even show up. Most of the time, I shouldn't say most of the time. I don't know the numbers on that, but some of the time, these people don't even show up, and it's a matter of finding them.
But can I pause you? I mean,
absolutely,
because I'll be honest with you. And a lot of times the number one pushback I get for illegals is they broke a crime, and so they're criminals, and criminals are bad. And at least you are saying someone who is just pushing back the legal system, and our system may have a natural flow towards being able to abuse it. I'll be honest with you. I am very not strongly motivated to care. I'll tell you why. Because I am a fan of immigrants coming here. I do think they are a lot of times the bread and blood, which is not an expression, but I'm using it anyway, of our country. What I want is decent, hardworking, good people. What I'm afraid of is actually those people being thrown out into war-torn countries where they would have been valuable members of our society. And I think the only reason to truly get rid of people is for that one example in which we all want. I don't want a serial murderer here. Really, like I said, I don't even care if they're born here. I mean, we should follow the Constitution. I'm just being hyperbolic. But, like, I get that we shouldn't show that much, love towards the terrible people. I think that a lot of good people, are hurting in this country. And what we get back in return, seemingly, is, from our vantage point, tax cuts for billionaires. They weren't even the middle tax cuts this time, but no taxes on tips, and you get plastic straws. Cool. That doesn't, sure, paper straws are annoying, and yet I really don't want Gitmo being open up again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree with you. There are a lot of people who should not be suffering right now, are suffering directly because of the policy position of the Trump administration. 100% agree with you. I question how easy it would be to avoid that suffering, although I think there are certain policy positions that the Trump administration could avoid that would relieve that suffering. And I would join you in condemning those positions. I quite frankly think that your position is very reasonable. I think I'm probably a little more anti-immigration than you are, but I think your position is very reasonable.
Well, thank you. I mean, that is our big thing. I think. Oh no, go Taco. I've been talking.
Yeah. Do you think that biblical laws should be have primacy over secular pluralism?
I haven't thought about that question, so I suppose it might depend on the biblical law.
That's what you voted for.
Okay. Can you give me an example?
That's what's in Project 2025. That's what's in Project 2025.
Can you give me an example? Because I haven't read that, at least as far as I read and heard about it.
It's like what the whole thing is going for. Do you not understand what Project 2025 is?
I thought I did, but maybe I am misunderstanding it, which is why I guess I'm just asking for evidence that I'm misunderstanding it. And you just kind of keep repeating your claim.
Well,
so
it's a heritage.
You're asking me to pick up a 900 page, or what was it, 900? However many page book it's
very
monstrous. Big. Yeah. You're asking me to open up that and reread that from when I read it. What was that? 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, or whatever it came out. And you're like asking me for evidence to provide you specific verses or whatever. But I mean, I could absolutely pick it up and read it again, which I'm not going.
Yeah,
to
not necessary.
What's going on? And you're asking for evidence. It's what the thing is made for. It's the laws that are being put into place. You're fucking blind. You are ignorant and blind. That is a Christian nationalist book for a framework of the United States to put biblical laws prior to everything else, and make this a theocracy and override the voting system so that Christians stay in power, right? That's what that text is trying to do. It's a framework to implement that. And you voted for that. And you don't know what you voted for.
I disagree that I don't know what I voted for. I think generally speaking, I do know what I voted for. And wait a minute.
You knew you were voting for that and you still voted for that?
For Project 2025? Yeah, I mean, I support probably most of the positions in there.
You knew what it was going for, and you still voted for that?
Yeah, I haven't, numbered all of the positions, but I think I probably support most of them.
What is wrong with you?
Well, let's go into specifics then. Like, what is concerning to you about what I'm supporting?
You're trying to turn it into a fucking Christian nationalist nation.
But I disagree with that point, though. I don't think that they're supporting Christian nationalism. And ChatGPT seems to generally agree with me.
world are you
Right.
talking about? They're trying to turn it into theocracy.
Well,
I disagree, and I'm asking you for evidence on
Yeah,
that. You haven't
well,
provided me evidence. Sorry, go
so
ahead.
We provided evidence of Trump not listening to the Supreme Court. I mean,
That's not
what
Christian
you what
nationalism.
evidence? What would you want evidence of? Give me something you would want evidence of that would convince you that of what's actually going on. What would convince you that what we're saying is going on is actually going on? Give me something specific that I can provide you evidence of, and then you can be like, oh, because we've already given you evidence of Trump not listening to the Supreme Court when they're telling him to do stuff. And he's done that in about a third of cases. So give me a specific thing that you want evidence for.
Yeah, so I think probably the best and easiest way to do this would be to look at well-known, self-admitted, generally agreed upon Christian nationalists, look at their policy positions, and compare that with the policy positions of the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025. And if there's strong correlation, then that's pretty solid evidence.
It is. Holy shit. It's a Christian nationalist movement.
Yeah, you just repeated the claim, though, so I guess I'm searching for evidence.
Well,
And you
what do you think that Christian, like, it meets the definition? That's what people are trying to tell you. How do you not see this?
Yeah, I want to listen to it. 100% I want to listen to it. It's costing me social capital to support Project 2025 with my friends. So I want to agree with you.
well,
I just want the evidence to agree with you.
sure. Can I ask you just a few things? And I know you probably don't have specifics, but I want to ask if you do before I start. Is there anything you specifically like about Project 2025?
Yeah, firstly, I support that there seems to be a strong system for creation of conservative workers in the federal government. That's, in fact, I think they explicitly state that as one of their 4 pillars. That's just one of the things that I like.
Wait, hold on. That's a weird type, as in like we should be putting more people that we know are conservative in the government?
Not so much that the government should be creating programs to put more conservatives in the government, but that the conservative movement as a whole should have some kind of system, and Project 2025 describes that system. Go ahead.
That's confusing to me. I would say that in many government positions, it actually already leans conservative. If you look at the police, if you look at certain federal bureaus, if you look at the military, there's never been a problem with conservatives being represented in the American government since the Revolutionary War. Unless slavery was, and I feel like they push back on that. But
I just don't know how to get this through to him, because I can read him the definition, the definition of Christian nationalism is a form of religious nationalism that focuses on promoting the Christian views of its followers in order to achieve prominence or dominance in political, cultural, and social life. That's what Christian nationalism is trying to do right now. And then I can go specifically into the United States. Christian nationalism asserts that the United States is a country founded by and for Christians. Christian nationalists in the United States advocate a fusion of identitarian Christian identity and cultural conservatism with American civic belonging. It has been noted to bear overlap with Christian fundamentalism, white supremacy, Christian supremacy. Most researchers have described Christian nationalism as authoritarian and boundary enforcing, but recent research has been focused on how libertarian, small government ideology and neoliberal political economics have become part of the American Christian political identity. Christian nationalism also overlaps, but it is distinct from theonomy, with it being more populist in character. Theocratic Christians seem to have the Bible inform national laws and have religious leaders in positions of government, while in America, Christian nationals view the country's founding documents as divinely inspired and supernaturally revealed to the Christian men to preference Christianity, and are willing to elect him as heads of state if they support right-wing causes. Christian nationalism supports the presence of Christian symbols in the public square and state patronage for the practice and display of religion, such as Christmas as a national holiday, school prayers, singing God Bless America, and so on and so forth. Christian nationalism has been linked to prejudice towards minority groups. Christian nationalism has been loosely defined as a belief that celebrates and privileges the sacred history, liberty, and rightful rule of white conservatives. I've seen that, but that's more of like that part. I think would be less involved with what we're talking about. Christian nationalism prioritizes an ethno-cultural, ethno-religious, and ethno-nationalist framing around the fear of the other, those being immigrants, racial and sexual minorities. Studies have associated Christian nationalism with xenophobia, homophobia, misogyny, political tolerance of racist opposition to interracial unions, support for gun rights, pronatalism, and restricting the civil rights of those who fail to conform to traditional ideas of whiteness, citizenship, and Protestantism. The Christian nationalist belief system includes elements of patriarchy, white supremacy, nativism, and heteronativity. It has been associated with the belief system. Includes elements of patriarchy. It has been associated with the conquest narrative, pre-millennial apocalypticism, and frequent rhetoric of blood, specifically blood sacrifice to an angry god. I mean, there's a lot there that what we've been talking about directly relates to.
Sure. Yeah. So I think the first question we have to ask is: does just Project 2025 base its policy positions, or the reason for its policy positions, on the grounds that this is what the Christian God would support, or what on Christian? Yes. Okay. And do you have? Because I would disagree with that. I don't think we should provide our justifications on what we think the Christian God would support. Do you have evidence that that's what Project 2025 is doing?
It's literally pushing for policy rewrites across agencies in the government, and is literally trying to implement like the Bible as the supreme law. I don't know what, like, it's a 900 page or whatever doc. It's a ginormous document, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, and so I literally just ChatGPT'd I literally asked, what is Project 2025? And here it says are some of the key proposals.
All right,
expanding
ChatGPT, just ChatGPT the question you asked me. What's an example of it doing that?
Okay, that's actually a really good idea. I don't know why I thought about that.
If you have paid, I have paid. I can pull up the paid if you want me to.
Yeah, that's right. I think I still have more searches left, but yeah, use the paid version.
All right, I'm using Mini High. What is it called? What do you want me to do?
I guess an example of how Project 2025 is Christian nationalist, perhaps that would be maybe a starter question to ask.
I mean, we've already kind of covered that, right? And you can put it in 2. I just have the Mini High version, right? You should put it in 2 just so that you can see what it says. But I was just saying, I have one that can pull it up online, and it has the think window and all that. I don't know what they're doing for free right now. I mean, I feel like we've already provided a bunch of reasons, and you're just blowing them off, and then you're saying, give me another reason. And then when we pull up what ChatGPT says, it's going to be one of the reasons that we said, or it's going to be another reason, and you're going to dismiss it, right? One clear, concrete example is Project 2025's explicit effort to structure government around biblical principles, literally what we've been talking about, and then operationalizing that the Christian nationalists visit in places like Oklahoma. So blueprint language. The Project 2025 mandate for leadership and affiliated commentary frame the rebuild of the federal government as one that should be imbued with biblical principles. Literally what we've been saying. Essentially treating the Christian Bible as a foundational source for public policy and governments. That framing is a hallmark of Christian nationalism, which holds that government should reflect and enforce a particular Christian identity and moral order. Analyst pieces on Project 2025 don't bury this. Outlets like Kettering and Critical Examinations, such as the Fulcrum, describe the project as an agenda to impose Christian nationalist governance, with the Bible elevated toward the primacy of law and public life. Literally what we've been saying the whole time. There's an operational test case in Oklahoma, it says. Guardian has reported that Oklahoma, though actors aligned with the broader right wing, Project 2025 ecosystem is being used as a test ground for Christian nationalist policies in public institutions. State Superintendent Ryan Walters has pushed initiatives including embedding overtly Christian content in public education, e.g. promoting the 10 Commandments in schools, daily Bible readings, and creating departments centered on religious freedom and patriotism with support from networks like Wall Builders. Those moves mirror the same religious nationalist fusion project 2025 signals at the federal level, using state authority to privilege Christianity and erode the separation of church and state. Together, the combination of ideological core biblical principles as government guidance and real-world policy experimentation that fuses Christianity with state power provides a concrete, documented example of how Project 2025 operates as a Christian nationalist project.
Yeah, I think there are absolutely some pretty solid, concrete examples that you provided, and I would join you in condemning the reasons for why they support those particular positions. I still think you can hold the positions without being a Christian nationalist or supporting Christian nationalism. A lot of Christian nationalists support gun rights. I don't support it on Christian grounds. I support it because I think gun rights are good. That doesn't mean that I support Christian nationalism.
Could I just ask a few more questions specific, like about? I know we're going down a rabbit hole. It's not religion, and yet, as Taco said, it really is tied to a type of Christian theocracy that they really.
Can I just say, sorry, he voted for this shit. He said he doesn't support it, but he voted for it. Why didn't you vote for the people that promoted liberty for everybody?
Well, let me be clear.
What is wrong with you?
Let me be clear. I think I still support what the positions are, just not their justifications for the positions.
Well, can I go over just a few of the actual positions? So
yeah, absolutely.
Do you believe that we should have a Department of Education?
I haven't looked into that question as much as I should, but I think that education should certainly be decentralized.
What does decentralized mean?
It means that it should be more, principal subsidiarity, more local control over education.
Can I tell you what scares me? Nothing scares me more, and I'll tell you why, than when someone gives me the states' rights argument. Because in my head, states' rights means less rights. It means we want to take something away from the people.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
You have the right and the responsibility as a citizen of the United States to do what's best for other people here, right? That's like what the goal is as a whole. And not reading Project 2025 and being less informed about what you voted for than the people that are talking to you about it is a really bad sign. You voted against people's rights, and you had no idea what you were voting for. You either should not have voted, or you should have voted Kamala.
I disagree.
See, I want to know why, but then I really want to use an example. Yeah, why? And then I'll go back to this.
On what basis do you disagree?
I think that my conception of the generation of rights and liberties is far more consistent and far more is far greater for protecting those liberties.
You're trying to take what? You're trying to take away people's rights.
Ooh.
You're not promoting liberty. You're not promoting safety. You're not promoting freedom.
Yes.
You're trying to build the government bigger. This isn't the real right wing. This is like a fake right wing. You don't even know what you're voting for.
Well, this is what I mean by you want to take away rights. And I know you don't view it that way, but can you give me an example in which something goes back to states' rights and we get more rights?
I think that's a good question, but I think first we have to ask, what do we mean by a right? Because I think we have different conceptions of what a right is.
That was a very Jordan Peterson move of you.
I do like Jordan Peterson, but he is a little kooky sometimes.
Well, my point is, it seems weird that we have to go back to what is even a right. And we could talk about that. Our founders fought for that. But I'll give you a very clear-cut example. We had federal
Yeah.
abortion laws, all right, with
Mhm.
Roe v. Wade. We could have maybe tweaked things, but it was a generally good precedent, and that was overturned because of Trump. And the people that tell me this, they say, "Don't you matter? Don't you worry, your silly little head. It's going back to states' rights." And when I hear that, I go, "Okay, so you mean they're taking away rights from people? You want the right to take away other people's rights." That, and I know you don't mean it personally, like you're not out there thinking like, yeah, I can't wait to take away someone's right, but it's a moral thing. What they're saying is, yes, I don't want you to be able to get abortion. My views on it should override yours, and thus by allowing it to go back to the states, some of the states are going to be able to ban it. And so we're going to get some people with less rights. Sure, we're not going to get abortion banned, so we're not going to get rid of everyone's rights with abortion, but we're getting rid of some people's rights with abortion. And that's what I see with education, to bring it back. Yeah, let's take it away from the federal government. The federal government just allows those poor kids to actually have a decent education and get free lunches and get all of this stuff that if we were to just take it to the states' rights, they would be screwed. Wouldn't that be a good thing? And in my head, that is the end result. Because if you ask for replacements, they're like, we'll figure that out once we take away their rights. So do you understand? And I'll give you a real good analogy. Let me tell you, make it real clear in a way that the conservatives understand instantly, okay? I'm like, all we need to do is put guns back in the hands of states' rights. Don't you agree? Ignore it's on the Constitution. Just ignore that. Because on the Constitution, it's not as much rights as if we were to put it back to those wonderful states' rights, right?
I think we have to dive into the legal history and what the text of the Constitution and state constitutions actually say there.
No.
Because I think the abortion question...
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Let me pause you. The Constitution shouldn't matter, because the Constitution from this argument is saying that if we put it in the Constitution, it's less rights. It actually is less rights than if we were to just have it in states' rights, right?
It's fewer. You're saying it's fewer rights if we give it to the states because states can restrict those rights.
Yes, because they want the ability. The freedom that they want is the freedom to restrict rights.
Okay, so I think you have to ask the question then, are those legitimate rights that people have, or are they illegitimate rights?
Yes, and I think that it becomes subjective, like wanting to own a gun. I don't see why. And so if wanting to own a gun, if it would truly be more, you'd get more rights. You would be more free as a gun owner if we were to put it under states' rights, right? Because that's the word they use. We want it under states' rights. We want to have more rights. And yet every time they use that, it's because they want to take away a right. So you don't want it under states' rights. You wouldn't want gun rights under states' rights because you know instinctually, the moment it becomes something that you want that could be banned, you're like, but if we put it under states' rights, then liberal states could ban guns. Yeah, they could. So maybe it should stay a federal right, national right.
I think that is the mentality that some people have, and I would join you in condemning the reasons they provide for having that mentality. But the trouble with bringing gun rights to the states, which states do have some authority to regulate guns, let's be clear. The trouble is that it's explicitly condemned in the Second Amendment.
Sure, I don't understand why that matters. Just because it's in the Second Amendment doesn't mean you can't get more rights if we were to put it in the hands of states' rights. Right? It's like bonus Second Amendment, even better, because it's in the hands of states. That's where the true freedom is.
Okay, let me make sure I'm conceptualizing this correctly.
The
Constitution provides a maximum action that the federal government can take in regards to, say, gun rights. It seems that your argument is that then if we give those, well, at least your characterization of the conservative argument is that if we give that to the states, then the states can have their bars for what gun owners are allowed to own or
The
whatever.
states can only take it in one direction. There's no state that's going to be like, you can, unless we're going to make it so they can own bazookas. Maybe. But maybe you want some states to have bazookas and some states to have no guns at all. So isn't that more freedom? Like,
Yeah, so then we're just getting into a question of federalism and how federalism ought to work. And we can have that conversation.
I
but
think it should be, if you want people to actually have freedom, you should let people get abortions. And you should allow, if someone has a religious reason for why they shouldn't get them, then they shouldn't get them. Or they should promote it, go on talks and debates and TV shows and write books and try and convince people not to get abortions. The wrong thing to do is make it so the woman and the doctor can't choose to have an abortion. And very specifically, I could go into numerous things that I think are very specific. How do you, you might actually be a gold standard person. They're trying to destroy the Federal Reserve because they believe that we should be on a gold standard. Do you believe in that? Are you a Goldie?
I haven't. I think gold standard is probably good, but I haven't looked into it as much as I should.
Okay. Do you believe that global warming is real?
Absolutely. I think global warming. I think the globe is warming.
I have an interesting question for Abe. Do you think that you would still support abortion if it caused over a 50% adult mortality rate when abortion is banned in a state?
So your question is,
True, Bert.
would I support banning
Probably
abortion if giving birth caused more than 50% mortality rate?
Like in Texas, it increased adult mortality rate, the pregnant mother mortality rate, over 50% when they outright banned abortion, right? So if you knew that banning abortion increased mortality rates, would you still vote to ban abortion?
Probably, yes, I would. But the justification, and I will admit that this is a flaw that I haven't looked enough into the question. So I will agree with you 100%. I should look more into it. But personally, yes, I probably would. But I can't publicly justify that because I haven't looked into the question as much as I should.
So it sounds like you're taking your right to vote, and you have an uneducated position on every topic we've discussed, and you are using your right to vote to remove people's rights and damage our country. I am disappointed in you, Abe. You've let me down. You cannot disagree. I'm telling you, I'm disappointed in you, Abe. You don't get to disagree with me being disappointed.
Well, I agree with you that. I was disagreeing with the first part of what you said, your analysis. I think that I have more political expertise than a lot of people in other issues. For example, the legal issues. We're talking about zones of privacy here that the Supreme Court is largely made up. Nowhere in the Constitution is a zone of privacy mentioned. That's how we came to Roe v. Wade, and it was a flawed decision. Nowhere in the Constitution is there a protection to a right to an abortion. That's the problem.
I would make the argument that your body is property and that the protection of private property, namely your body, shouldn't be overcome by the government. I don't think you should be able to say this person has to live inside of you. I don't understand why we'd give a fetus more rights than a born person, and it does. Like, you should be able to kick anyone out of your body, whether they're a fully grown adult or a fetus.
But notice, though, that that's an extra legal normative claim. I'm basing my
body.
Pardon me?
Having private property? No, that's protected by the Constitution.
Okay, can you... That's an interesting question. Where in the Constitution do you think there is a right to an abortion protected?
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up the very specific amendment.
Yeah. 27 of them, actually.
All right, it is the Fifth Amendment to private property.
Okay. I got a hard copy in front of me, so hopefully our versions are the same.
Also, looks like the 14th. No state shall deprive any person of due process.
The level of argumentation that you gave there against abortion, where is it protected in the what? Dude, where is the internet protected in the Constitution? That means we need to be voting to take away people's right to the internet, right?
Whoa, absolutely
That's the type
not.
of argument you just gave.
No.
Yeah, but the Fifth
I mean, you
Amendment.
can vote. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution provides private property should not be taken for public use without just compensation. An implied contract to making payment there hell's for taking. So you can't just take private property of a citizen, and I definitely would consider someone's body their own property. Wouldn't you? Like, I always use this example. If someone was living inside of you, do you think you would have a right to kick them out?
I think that's an interesting question, but I think it's completely irrelevant because we have to look at what the word life, liberty, and property meant in the context of 1789 when the Constitution was signed.
Well, I don't know. We still have guns that are completely different from 1789.
Yeah, that's based on what the 1789 understanding of the Second Amendment was.
You think they were going to think that we were going to have drone and tank warfare?
Quite frankly, I don't really care what their future predictions are.
Oh, I know. That's why the Constitution's a living document. That's why we have amendments. And
I disagree with you. The Constitution is fundamentally not a living document, and that's how you end up with.
All right, then we can't have free speech, and you have no right to a gun because it's not a living document.
Well, what do you mean by living document?
It can be changed and modified. It is not the final thing. It is able to be amended.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's able to be amended, but when people say living document, usually they mean that
it doesn't have a soul or a brain. No, I meant as in a document that we change.
Yeah, I agree with you. It can be amended, but usually when people use the phrase living document, they mean that we don't look at what the founders originally intended. We don't look at what the public meaning of the document was in 1789. We look at how we today interpret the words life, liberty, and property, or how we today would understand.
But can we agree that when the founders, they didn't think that women could vote and that blacks were property?
Yeah, I would agree with you. Probably most founders.
What do you think changed that?
The amendments.
We're back. Yeah, we've come full circle. Thank you.
Well, no, okay, maybe you're using living document in a different sense than most people use it. Living document.
No, I disagree. I think I'm using it in the main way that academics and people studying this field do.
Okay, let me just ChatGPT it, because that'll probably come up with a consensus position.
I will say, I'm a fan of artificial intelligence. It's going to revolutionize different industries. You should always check the source by which the answer that ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence learning language models push out. They will tell you where they get their sources because they can be manipulated. I've seen religious organizations start to manipulate evolution and biological situations that artificial answers get, though to the artificial intelligence merit, it will tell you the source.
Unfortunately, my ChatGPT isn't loading, but I just looked up living constitution on Wikipedia. Would you say that's a fair representation generally of what you're
still look at the so I don't degrade Wikipedia. Wikipedia is vastly different than what it was 10,
I just realized we've been jumping all over the place. You do admit now that Project 2025 is a Christian nationalist text and movement, right?
Based on the evidence you provided, then Sure, I'm okay with saying that. I'm okay with saying
Okay.
that, and I disagree
At
with
least
its
you're intellectually
justification.
honest enough to say that. Okay, sorry. You guys can continue. I didn't. I just realized you never admitted to that. So
No, you're fine.
you
And-
had us you made that point, like a big point, right?
And
Yeah,
we probably should only go for another 10 or 15 minutes because there are actually other hands popped up. But yeah, if there's five things we want to wrap up about Project 2025, we should do it. So what were you about to say, Abe?
I was actually it's perfect because I have to go in just a couple minutes anyway, so I appreciate that. But I was just going to say that like use Chicago law. This is the first citation I think that Wikipedia provided, if I remember what I just got to. Living Constitution refers to something that adapts to new circumstances without being formally amended. Wikipedia calls it judicial pragmatism. It's not just amendment. It's referring to that we interpret the Constitution in light of what we believe the words mean today.
Can I
That's a
just
totally
push
different
back on
philosophy than
that? A
originalism.
living document is a document that is continuously edited and updated to reflect current information and changing circumstances. It can change, it contrasts with a static document, which are fixed and not meant to be altered. I mean, it's the difference between a Word file that can be changed and can't be changed. And I know it's hard to do so, but with enough congressional votes, we can have access to editor mode, to continue with this analogy, and edit the document.
Well, yeah, if that's the sense that you mean living constitutionalism, that the Constitution can be amended, I agree with you 100%. Then I'm a living constitutionalist. The point I'm making is that that's not what scholars mean by living constitutionalism.
I disagree. I think, and just to agree and disagree, I think it's exactly what scholars think that is their example. What I don't think it is, and what we'll go to the extreme, it doesn't mean we can just change it, Nelly. We can just go up with a Sharpie and change it. You know, any citizen. There are systems in place where we do have to. It's a high bar to get a constitutional amendment. But I would say, because there are amendments, I would say by that definition, yes. So, is there anything, Abe, final sentence or so? But it was a good conversation.
No, yeah, I have nothing else. I really appreciate it. I appreciate that you guys were able to show me that Project 2025 seems to be Christian nationalist, and I join you in that we should support that. How do I explain this? That Christian nationalism does have some concerning elements, and maybe probably most, if not all of it. So I appreciate you guys doing that.
Well, thank you. All right, I'll
Cool.
take that. And thank you so much, Abe. Like I said before, with the other person, we do this every third of the week or of the month. Thank you so very much.
Cheers.
Woo!
Woo.
That was a rough one.
Let me tell you, politics is just so. I guess it's always been muddy. I feel like every time people say, "My goodness, politics is a mess right now," it's always been like that. But I do feel that way. But fun
Abe left
conversation.
me disappointed. I invited up Truth and Talos. What's going on? Truth and Telos.
Hello. Yeah, I am a Christian. So
Well, I guess the question we really want to know is why.
because I'm what is called a full preterist. So I believe that Jesus Christ returned in 70
Didn't sound
AD
like what I thought it
with
said.
the fall of the temple in Jerusalem, and I believe that it's been prophesied about since we could say Moses in the wilderness with Israel. So it's proof positive for me that the God of the Bible is the one true God.
Can I say what is a hard swallow right to begin with is that I think I could speak for Taco and myself right now, and we don't believe that a literal version of Moses existed. And based off that prophecy, it would mean, I assume, you are a young Earth creationist that thinks that the world was 6,000 to 10,000 years old.
No, I'm
You're old Earth.
I'm not
That's
old Earth or new Earth. I am not concerned with the age of the Earth.
interesting. Okay. Well, I guess. Do you believe in evolution?
No. I definitely am a
You
creationist.
definitely am a creationist. Okay. So you believe that this was a prophecy going down from Moses?
Yeah, if you don't believe in Moses, that's fine. But we could still take the radiocarbon dating of the scrolls of Deuteronomy 32, which are written in Paleo Hebrew. So they are at least proven to be quite old. And I was talking about something that was fulfilled, about, in my estimation, 1,500 years later.
Well, what's the prophecy? Because I always say that science is actually way better at it, but maybe yours is even better. Well, what's your prophecy?
In Deuteronomy 31, Moses is gathering Israel together to him, and he's standing before the first tabernacle, right, in the Ark of the Covenant that had the manna out of heaven, the staff of Aaron, and the law and the commandments inside of it. And so
He's
what
given
Moses
a
does is that
speech.
he is at the end of Deuteronomy 31 excoriating Israel, saying there's going to be a wicked and perverse generation that comes, like of Israelites, and he's bearing heaven and earth as a witness against them. So the heaven and earth that's being born as a witness against those against Israel at that time is the tabernacle and the Ark of the Covenant. And so he says that when this
Thieves in the Ark
corrupt
of the
generation
Covenant.
comes, then this song that I'm about to sing will come to pass. And then you read Deuteronomy 32 about vengeance. It's about the nations being gathered together with Israel. And it's essentially about the covenant people of Israel losing their covenantal status with God. And then we see this motif all through the Old Testament. So, I mean, it starts here in Deuteronomy 32, goes through all of the prophets, the major and minor prophets, and then the ultimate culmination that we see, if we're going to take let's take a very liberal, critical, scholarly view. Even they would agree that Paul's epistles were circulating in the 50s AD. And so Paul is directly saying that all those things, that prophecy was going to soon come to pass. And so I don't see how we could take 1,500 years of definitive proof positive prophecy. It happens, right? And then we can say, well, that was just a lucky guess. I believe it is the truth of the one true God of the Bible.
So what exact prophecy is this trying to make? Because is it saying that Jesus is going to come back? Because it does seem like, no offense, this is a drunken story. This is him kind of drinking, as Moses and Noah, for whatever reason, these guys like to do, and then telling a tale. But correlate that to the New Testament. How is this Jesus? Well, I'm just
I see what you're asking. How does it correlate into prophecy of the New Testament? So when we look here, we could start, for example, in verse 34 of Deuteronomy 32. So we already set the precedent. We already set the context. This song is given to a future generation of Israelites. Verse 34, it says, "Is it not kept with me, sealed in my treasure chambers? To me is revenge and repay. For the time when their foot will glide, for near is the day of their calamity, and it hurries, readily made things for them. For Yahuwah will adjudicate his people, and over his servants he will change his mind when he will see that the power of the handship is gone away, and the restrained and left alone have come to the verge. And he has spoken, where are their Elohim, the rock in who they took shelter? Who ate the fat of their sacrifices, drank the wine of their idol, and they may rise and help you. It may become over you for a secreting. See now that I am he, and there is no Elohim with me. I put to death and I enliven. I have splintered and I heal. There is no overshadower away from my hand. Yep. Mhm. 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 No. No. Yes, Jesus says it. No, Jesus says it. Jesus is not the hippie, like, oh, just love everybody thing that modern Christianity says. So this is, yeah, no, that is not who Christ Jesus is. So
Well,
so
just
like
noticed my
when
mute
we
button.
get, yeah, you're right though. It's talking about vengeance and everything. Look at verse 43.
Sorry,
Oh,
ladies and
nations
gentlemen.
do
Yep, that was
call
my fault.
to call
Sorry.
jubilantly his people, for the blood of his servants he will revenge, and revenge he will bring back to his afflictors. He has covered his land, even his people, or his dust and even his people. So that's where we get the ingrafting of the nations. The nations are like calling with his people. They are crying out
Isn't this just
jubilantly
a
with
drunk
Israel
story?
at the time
Is
of
Jesus really a
the
vengeance
revenge,
god?
the blood of
Kinda
the
sounds
servants
like a
being
vengeance
revenged.
god.
Now, again, we get to the New Testament. We could go with the critical liberal scholar dating of Paul's epistles. They do date at least some of them to 50 AD thereabouts, and Paul is drawing off of all these same motifs of the ingrafting of the nations, the vengeance coming upon the sons of disobedience, that corrupt
Send 'em
generation, and it's the ingrafting of Gentiles into the
Okay.
covenant promises of old covenant Israel. So how do you get 1,500 years of, like, well, maybe they were just
Well, again,
guessing,
hold
or
on.
well,
Let
that's
me pause.
vague.
I don't think they were guessing. I think that numerous New Testament scribes were actually looking at a lot of these and trying to fulfill them. I think some of them they did not fulfill. So the example, here's the other problem with trying to take Jesus the other way. If Jesus isn't the lovey hippie,
Mhm.
as a warrior, don't take this the
Mhm.
wrong way, he sure did die. And so,
Mhm.
like, it really is odd that, like, this guy who, the Messiah from the Jewish perspective, the warrior king who was supposed to reclaim Jerusalem and reclaim Israel, never did that. And so I don't understand what prophecy did Jesus fulfill. What's the vengeance? The vengeance, I guess, has yet to come, because from our perspective, he was a rabbi and he died and he stayed dead, and then we now have this story I'm staring at in Deuteronomy. If he's not the hippie, let me tell you, I think he wasn't a great warrior. I don't think.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing that, like, a Jew in the first century would have said as well,
And
because that's what their
an
expectation was.
ex-Jew, because I come from a Jewish family, an ex-Jew who is saying that right now, 2,000 years later.
Mhm.
So I guess what's the apologetic?
Well, so the point is that's what their expectation was as well. The expectation of the Jews at that time was a literal physical ruler that was going to come and drive
Kinky.
the Roman influence, the Roman Empire, out of Israel and establish a literal physical kingdom. But that was never the point. The Jerusalem being established, the Davidic kingship being taken into effect, is the spirituality of the new covenant, where Jew and Gentile both have direct access to their high priest, who is Christ Jesus.
But that doesn't sound like a warrior. Now you're just going back to kind of the rabbi. He's just here to make the Jews and the Gentiles hold hands and sing Kumbaya, yes?
Well, no, but the vengeance was taken. You said, are we still waiting
What
for this vengeance?
vengeance?
No, the vengeance was 70 AD. Have you ever read up on 70 AD, what happened at that time during the siege?
What happened during 70 AD? That was the vengeance.
Well, in 66 to 70 AD was the siege of Jerusalem. It was like one of the worst times in history. It was the worst time in the
Jerusalem
Roman
gets
Empire's
sacked
history.
over and over and over. I mean,
No, it was a
yes.
siege. It was a siege in which the Roman Empire encompassed Jerusalem, and the people inside the city were forced into starvation, and they had to eat their babies in order to survive. And then the walls were breached, and an actual battle took place where over 1 million people are estimated to have died during that siege.
Okay, what's the vengeance part of this?
The vengeance was being taken on that crooked and perverse generation of people. It was the end of the covenantal standing of Israelites with God and the
I'm sorry.
initiation or the inauguration of the new covenant.
Sounds like regular old war. Sounds like people have been doing for thousands of years. Doesn't sound special at all. Doesn't sound like a vengeance.
Never said that it was anything special about it. All throughout the Old Testament, if you read the book of Ezekiel, it's talking about God using foreign pagan armies to kill the leaders, the kingdoms, to bring down the kingdoms of other foreign pagan armies. This is what God always did. The difference was that the first time the temple fell, it's because there was Israelites that were falling away from the one true God and worshiping other gods. So he brought judgment upon them. The second time it fell was in fulfillment of that Deuteronomy 32, the Song of Moses, that crooked and perverse generation, where now there is no more Jew or Gentile. There is just the one God of the Bible who all have direct access to. I don't need to go to a temple. I don't need to offer sacrifices. I don't need to observe feast days. Right? So I think that's what the big difference is.
Yeah, it's just a different religion. I get that. But I mean, the major thing that he came back from the dead, because if they didn't create the whole come back from the dead thing, he would have just been a dead rabbi.
Right. So that's the difference of the inauguration into the new covenant and what we're talking about here from a purely historical standpoint. If you notice, I've never brought up the resurrection of Jesus. Like you're like, yeah, he's dead, and he's not coming back. That's fine. Like you can believe that if you want.
He didn't get a vengeance. He died. They took him. He probably was killed for silly reasons, crimes against the state that should have, they should have just let him have his own religion. Nonetheless, he died, and that was the end of the story. And then the whole resurrection thing is because he did not fulfill messiahship. He was not a messiah. He did not take Jerusalem. He did not take Israel back. He was not a warrior. He was not a successful warrior.
Right. So my question is, let's table that for a second. Let's table the resurrection and everything for a second. I'm not even concerned with that. Did the siege of Jerusalem happen in history?
Yes.
Okay. So now what the distinction comes down to is, you say there was no vengeance. By what standard do you measure a vengeance? Because I look at that siege of Jerusalem and I say that was the vengeance.
Okay, and I look at the siege of Jerusalem and I say that had nothing to do with a god. It was just humans being humans, because they've been doing war and genocides against different religious denominations since as long as there's been religion.
And I agree with you. That's why I said, yeah, it's not like God pulled a different tool out of his tool belt to do this. This is something that's been going on for a long time.
God didn't do it. Humans did.
Right. Okay, so yes, humans did do it. Correct. So the question, though, that's why I started this whole thing with Deuteronomy 32, which is written in Paleo Hebrew, which is dated to be one of the oldest, if not the oldest text of the Bible, like by even the most critical of scholars. And then we get to the New Testament, where I said even the most critical liberal scholars would say that Paul was writing in about 50 AD, maybe not all of his epistles, but some of them. And we take the motifs of that, and Paul is literally saying this stuff is about to happen. And then 70 AD comes and it happens. I mean, is there a temple in Jerusalem anymore? Is there any kind of priesthood anymore? I mean, there's big implications to what something written back in what I would say. I think even the most like liberal scholars would say that Deuteronomy 32 was written in 600 BC. So okay, 670 years later, it happened. What are the mathematical odds of that, and how do we now start reconciling that?
I don't understand how it's saying that eventually there will come destruction of the civilization. It's like when the Bible says at the end of times there will be wars and rumors of wars, and yet throughout human history there has been wars and rumors of wars. And so I am not impressed by these types of prophecies. In fact, there was someone who eventually filled the Jewish prophecy. The UN gave Israel a state and gave them Jerusalem. That is who the true Messiah seems to be from a Abrahamic viewpoint, but it doesn't seem any of the major religions seem to worship the UN.
Yeah, but the problem is you just said something that is the most important part of all this. You said the prophecy of the end of time, that like the space-time continuum. The Bible is not concerned with the end of the space-time continuum. There is no end of the world as one would think. It's about the end of the age. The word in Greek is aeon. The end of the age was the age of the Mosaic covenant with that people. So the wars and rumors of wars is a temporal thing that Jesus was telling that audience at that time, and it happened. In leading up to 70 AD, there was wars breaking out all over the Roman Empire.
Can I ask you a weird question temporally? How come when our body dies, we just have to go up by a soul? But they claim, I know you didn't want to talk about the resurrection, but when Jesus died, his body literally went up to heaven. Why does his body literally get to go there?
What do you mean? There is no physicality of Jesus going to heaven like in a physical body.
Oh. So, like, he didn't actually get resurrected body-wise. The body's still stuck on the cross, but, like, his spirit was resurrected.
Well, no. So, I mean, if we're going to... let me take it from just a purely, like, standpoint, because I don't know what you're... When you talk about the resurrection of Christ, I don't know if you're going by what the Gospels say, or if you're like, well, this is generally how crucifixions worked, so this is how it would have worked. But there was a physical body on the cross. It's taken off the cross, put into a burial grave, right? Which back then they were like literally just holes carved into the side of a mountain or something, and then a stone is rolled over it. That dead body literally resurrected.
But I'm still listening.
Yeah, that dead body itself literally resurrected. There was a literal fleshly body in my purview that resurrected. Yeah. 40 days later, when Christ Jesus ascends off the Mount of Olives in Acts chapter 1, he's enveloped by a cloud, and that physical body is not anymore. That physical body is gone. The cloud is what ascends up to heaven with the Spirit of Christ. So there is no physical Christ in heaven right now.
So he was made physical, but then he's got to go back into cloud form.
Correct.
I mean, I don't think there's any evidence for it. That's interesting. In fact, I would say most likely he was buried in a mass grave, not the one stone. Just they throw a bunch of bodies in there. Okay. The Romans most likely wouldn't want to give him a special grave. That doesn't make a lot of sense from their perspective.
Yeah, so when you read the gospel accounts, this had nothing to do with the Romans. The Roman government was there at the crucifixion, but the guards that would have been stationed in the actual burial process would have been commissioned through the temple. But again, there's nuances with that. And again, go ahead.
Well, no, it's just that most likely, if there were two thieves, all the rest, they would all be thrown into a giant pit because they were all viewed as equals. But
sure.
Can I ask you, is there anything that would prove to you that Christianity is wrong?
Yeah, I mean that's a very broad stroke question. I would never I would never say, oh, there's nothing that you could bring up. But I would be interested to see what someone would try to bring up to try and perform an apologetic or a polemic on it.
Have you always been a Christian?
Have I always been a Christian?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Ooh, what changed your mind?
Well, from my own personal belief standpoint, it's the sovereignty of God. It's a sovereign calling. Not all people are meant to be saved.
Are you a Calvinist?
Yeah, I would say I align with base principles of Calvinism. Yeah, like a 5-point or tulip Calvinist.
Okay, even if you believe though that like you were destined to be one of the chosen, there has to be something that convinced you were one of the chosen.
Yeah, I think that God brought me to the lowest point of my life, and when I was at my lowest, it was at that time that I that I cried out for Christ Jesus because I knew I needed him.
Can I point? And I want to know why, but can I tell you why that's not surprising and actually makes me a little skeptical? I have never, and I could be found wrong, but I've never had an example of someone telling me I was at my highest point. We were at a great time. All the money was coming in. Things were amazing. And just blam, I needed Jesus. It is always, always when people are their most vulnerable at their emotional weakest point that we cry out for help. And in my opinion, is when religion is almost predatory. And thus it makes me not skeptical that you weren't in a bad point, or even that, is emotionally the hardest point in your life. I am skeptical of conversion at that point because religion has a natural inclination for when it sees a hole, and we all have these, I would say, metaphorical holes in our lives that we have to sometimes fix. Some of us are less or smaller, bigger than others. Nonetheless, I think that religion loves to say that it is the answer for that hole, and once it fills that hole, it takes over.
Yeah, it's a bit of a misnomer though, because I can only speak for myself. Like if there were people that were just, oh no, I've got a perfectly normal life, nothing bad ever happened, then then it starts to sway the opinion in the other direction. But you might be right, because the Bible does say in Psalm 51:17 that the sacrifices to God are a broken spirit and a broken and contrite heart. So it's very possible that that's what's pleasing to God when somebody is brought to their lowest and they call out to him. I don't know. I'm not the ultimate authority on that.
I want to bring up something. Maybe you have thoughts. I brought it up with another theist. I am very much against sacrificial logic. I dislike the notion of using either a good person or a living being and sending it off as if we could trade it for something else. This would almost be God is happy that you're at you're at the lowest point, and now they can just get you. I couldn't get you before, but now you're so vulnerable. You're so, in the distress. I can get you. I mean, do I have the wrong inclination? Because that's how it seems like I think to Taco and I.
I mean, you're entitled to your own opinion, of course.
Sure, and I agree, but tell me why I'm wrong. That's what I'm interested in.
It's hard. It's hard to tell somebody their opinion is wrong because it's your opinion.
So you're right, but I know I can't probe too much because it may be very personal, but
that's okay. You can probe. Okay.
You are in this situation. You can tell me if you want what it is, or you can tell us what it is. But what happened then? That was I mean, that's the expression. What was your come to Jesus moment?
Well, yeah, I think it was just a realization that I needed better for myself, right? Nobody wants to live a life where they feel like they've failed at anything. At least I would imagine the majority of people don't. Maybe there's some people who are cool with that, but for me personally, and again, it's all comes down to personal opinion and personal experience. I was like, well, I don't want to live this life anymore. I don't want to be in the position where I feel like I'm constantly failing and I'm going to die having made nothing of my life. So
I am extremely sympathetic for that. I agree. There's always going to be people out there that have no desires or whatever. But I think most of us want to feel fulfilled. My question still, though, is it seems like you felt like you said you were failing and you wanted a way to show that you were being successful in life. I guess how does Christianity do that?
Because it is a lifestyle change, for sure. So
I agree with you. In fact, I sometimes, they joke, the LGBTQ and all of that. It's a lifestyle. I actually, while I understand what they're saying, I actually disagree. I think that to an extent, it's just who you are and you don't even have much of a choice of it. I agree. I view religion very specifically, and depending on how fundamentalist you pick it, it's a lifestyle change. I sometimes will point out that is sometimes a point of a cult. We've been using that word a few times tonight, but like, it is a drastic lifestyle change. I would say sometimes changing your life depends on what you want for the right reason. As in, you should want to be kind to strangers. Okay, I think that's a good thing to do. What religion does, what religion, I can tell you actually, but what religion does is it says that you should be kind, but only because it makes God happy. I would say that's what most Abrahamic religions put forth. And I think that's actually not a good reason. I think there's a lot of holes in actually tying your morality to God. I'll tell you my standard. I have a morality that's somewhere between objective and subjective. I'm a little odd in that way. I think there are certain things that have to exist, and without them, morality cannot exist. My two objective standards are biology and consciousness. Specifically, it has to be a living, conscious organism in a social situation. Thus, it actually has to be two living organisms that have consciousness in a social situation. When you have that, you now have a system of morality. I think it then becomes subjective. I have subjective metrics I think I'd put forward that we all utilize, like kindness, empathy, and fairness. I think we plug those in to that game theory that I was just saying, and situationally we then have to evaluate it, and that is morality. That is my belief. And in a weird way, I don't think it's even my opinion. I truly am putting forward, I think that's what morality is. I'm open to being wrong.
Yeah. So we could talk about that for a second then. So
sure.
you used a word that I think is very interesting. You used the word fairness.
Sure.
And I've had this conversation before with certain people where, the word fair never appears in the Bible. There's no Hebraic or Greek usage of that word.
Okay.
Because fair is still subjective. For example, let's say the economy crashes and nobody can afford food and things just spiral into anarchy, okay?
Can I pause you for 1 second before you go down this analogy? Do you believe that jealousy is subjective?
No, I think that's an emotion.
I guess
it could be subjective, I guess.
I guess that I really feel like an emotion actually is a very subjective experience.
I think that I think an emotion might drive someone to to come to like a subjective conclusion, which I think is fair. Because jealousy is just a state of mind, right? Like, oh, I want what that person has, or oh, I don't like that somebody else is giving attention to my wife or whatever. That could be considered jealousy if we're gonna put like a term to it. But that's just more of like a state of whatever that moment of time is that could then lead to subjective reasoning.
I guess my argument putting forward would be that jealousy is a subjective emotion, if not brain state, that only happens within, these animal organisms. And it's just weird that the Bible does have a word for jealousy, if in fact in the Old Testament he calls himself jealous. And so
correct.
It is just odd. I don't think that they really were trying it. The Omni, the three Omnis and everything is a fairly new concept. Because the God of the Old Testament knew other gods existed and was jealous of them.
Right.
But I don't know. I'm not saying the fairness isn't subjective. I would say fairness is one of my subjective standards. That's why I'm putting it forward. But I could show you why fairness is part of morality. I could even take it to like the LGBTQ just to get real, 2000 and insert year. Like when we talk about things like transgender women in sports, what are we talking? Aren't we talking about fairness?
I don't know. I don't really
Don't care about
put
that.
forth any.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any stake in that. So.
I don't care that you don't. That's perfectly fine. Identity politics. Sometimes I argue it,
I don't
kicking
do
and
the whole
screaming.
thing.
I guess my point would be is that I guarantee you I could bring up moral examples in which fairness would be a fantastic metric for us to put into our moral situation.
Right, so that's the metaphor I was going to try to use, though. So let's say, like I own firearms, right? So in a time of destitution, I would be put probably at an advantage because I could use my firearm to go and get things from other people if I needed to survive. That's where the question of fairness comes in. Is it fair, number one, that I have a firearm when other people don't? Is it fair, number two, that I'm getting to survive while I'm taking from somebody else and they now have less of a chance of survival?
Sure. I would say there's exactly, but also 1,000 others. I would say that there's a reason I choose those three, because I think that fairness is not the same as empathy. Empathy is putting yourself in someone else's shoes and understanding. And then I would say fairness and empathy are still not the same thing as kindness, which is you could know something's not fair, and not even be able to understand them and still want to be kind. And so I do think that there are three really good prongs. I'm open to others. I do think that morality, however, is this very human driven thing. It is not driven.
Okay.
And so, yes.
Okay, so here's where we get to the standard part. So let's say, for example, somebody breaks into your house and I don't know, let's just, for example, say you're living with your younger sibling and they tie you up, blow your younger sibling's head off, and then they do unspeakable things to the corpse while you watch. Okay. So in what patagram are we talking that is wrong?
Sure. So very specifically, I think the objective standard, and I should add this word, when we're dealing with biology and consciousness, is violating them. You are violating biology and consciousness in some way. And then the metrics that I would say is it's either fair, unkind, or unempathetic. And I would say that if you were to go into someone's house and you were just to blow your brother or sister away and do unspeakable things to the corpse, you are violating their biology and consciousness in a multitude of ways and causing undue medical and mental and physical harm.
So you used another interesting word. You used the word violating, but violation requires a defined set of standards.
Sure, I would say that has to come from the consciousness itself.
But okay, perfect. So let's say then that same person could flip the script on you and say, "Well, you violated my set of standards. That's why I did what I did."
Okay, what was the
now
violation?
It's your opinion versus their opinion.
Well, no, because we would have to see if they're right. Maybe it wasn't random, and that I actually have destroyed their entire family line and have been murdering and killing. And as random as it looks, it turns out that I was the villain the whole time. I mean, it depends on the situation, but
then what's to say what you were doing was wrong? What kind of violation were you doing if you killed their whole family line? You see how this starts to unravel? The thread has no backing, really.
No, I would say so far I don't see an example. It would be violating their biology and their consciousness. I would say it's actually a direct violation of it. And so I would need some sort of example of which biology and consciousness are not in a moral statement. Because they are objective and they exist in every moral statement, I would need some sort of moral dilemma in which violating someone's biology and consciousness did not apply.
Yeah, sure. That's the whole point. what is a moral, because I could have my own set of morals that's completely separate from yours, and you have no way to prove whose set of morals is correct because you have no standard by which to measure
You'd
it.
have to look at the situation. You said it yourself. Okay, try to make it moral. Make the argument. Random people came in and blew their heads off, and then violated their courts.
It's moral because that's what I believe is the right thing to do. I believe the right thing to do is without any background information at all. Nothing happened. I pick a random house of a person I've never met and I will never meet again, go in there, blow their heads off, do unspeakable things to the corpse while the family watches.
Sure.
Right?
So let's just
That's moral to me.
drag them. Sure, I would call them a moral monster. We would drag them away. They've clearly violated these people's biology and consciousness. They don't even care about these people's biology and consciousness. So clearly they're immoral monsters. We should do due process to them, throw them through the legal system. Not sure if we should kill them themselves. We may have to do something like, keep them there forever or something like that. But we can clearly see how this would be a more moral system than a religious system, which would be subjectively on just a God's merit. Just whatever he wanted.
but see, that's the thing. It's like okay, by your definition, right? We call the cops because that happened. The cops say, okay, that was illegal. What do the cops use? Or go ahead.
Oh no, it's not just illegal, but because it's in a moral. Well, we based our current system of laws. We tried to find things. Not all laws, unfortunately, are moral, but I would say that the ones on things like murder, property, these sorts of violations, it would be very easy to see why they would be found guilty. And unlike a religious system where we would have to wait until after they died, we would actually get punishment in this life, the only one that we know and can prove.
Right, but that's the thing. So those laws are a system. So you can violate a law, but it's because there's a defined codicy of what that law is. So that's what I'm saying. When it comes to morality, there needs to be some sort of basis or standard by which you measure what can be violated. So it's very interesting to me because it's a dilemma that I think can never be answered. If you don't believe that morality stems from some sort of giving of order, then you've really got an open-ended morality that anybody can pile into and say, yeah, but this is my morality. And there's no definitive way to say, well, your morality is wrong because it's just individual interpretation.
But can you understand from our perspective, you've just taken another human's subjective morality. They were humans. They just wrote the Bible. This is just their opinion on morality. And from our view, you're just calling that objective. There's no objective standard that says LGBTQ people are wrong or that we shouldn't have other gods or that you can even lust after people in your mind. Completely fine as long as you don't violate things. And so I don't understand why that God's subjective wins should be considered objective morality.
Well, no, that's the thing. That the interesting thing is the standard by which you set your own definition of morality. It aligns perfectly with that standard that's given by the God of the Bible. It's just that you've added layers onto it to try and disassociate with the God of the Bible. Can I
give you an example? So the people that were murdered and raped and their body disfigured, do you think they would agree that that was moral what happened to them?
Again, it's subjective because what if that person didn't care to live anymore, right?
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
Well, yes.
It has to be brought down to the actions.
Then you've changed the situation. If you're saying there was a suicidal person that actually wanted their life ended, then sure, you've changed the situation. But
suicide by cop happens all the time.
Okay, but the previous example was just it was random, and these people were just
right.
Yes.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like randomly go into a house, and just so happens that person they were going to suicide by cop that day anyway. Again, in the objective morality part of it is what defines that as being a good action to take or a not good action to take.
Sure. So it wasn't a violation of their biology because they wanted to die. It was actually getting them what they wanted.
But what if okay, so that's the thing. if that was never conveyed, right? It just so happened that the cards lined up that way. In that case, you could do it to anybody and be like, well, we just would never know if that's what they really wanted. So
Do you
it's
think that's a
impossible to
good
have
way,
any kind of
though?
moral
Do you
judgment on
think
it.
we should just go randomly killing people, hoping that the people that we
Oh,
randomly
absolutely
kill?
not, but it happens. It happens all the time. People randomly kill people,
Sure.
and that's how we can say, well, that was wrong,
But
because we have.
But the problem is I believe, and Taco says this a lot with presuppositionalists, and yet I feel the same way with almost the vast majority of theists. You have borrowed a lot from not only our moral system, but the society in which we have this secular liberalism. Like, the reason that people don't steal as much as they do is because it's illegal. It's not because of God. Like, the reason that people don't want to get raped and murdered in this country is because of the legal system. Now, the legal system is not objective. There is no, but it comes from these conscious creatures trying to figure out standards and metrics by how to actually judge people. Because, again, from our perspective, your God doesn't come in until after we die.
Right, that's the whole point. So that's the interesting thing. You said, well, we don't, not as many people steal as they want to because of the laws. That's true, and that's a temporal thing. That's a temporal consequence. I don't want to get fined and or imprisoned and then have a record and et cetera, right? But that is what comes to pass while we're living and breathing. On the other hand of that, though, you have what happens if you die in a state of being that kind of person. That's the ultimate, what is the purpose of God type of thing, or the purpose of Christianity type of question.
Yeah, but that means
it still has that.
Again, that's very weird, though, because that means, depending on when someone dies, it means that a murderer, if they die in the middle, like there's a standoff, they're going to hell. But if they live and they find Jesus, they're going to heaven. Still the same amount of murdering. But and that's what gets me. And I know you feel this way. You're about about what I'm about to say, and yet it drives me crazy. It really does. He has to really mean it, right? The forgiveness has to truly be in his heart. He has to really be wanting Jesus and not just doing it. But you have to understand, to an atheist, that seems like a get out of jail free card. They did terrible things, but they found Jesus.
Right. No, I understand. So that I'm not actually 100% sold on the whole you can kill somebody and still go to heaven thing. But then it brings up, well, what happened with David? And so, I mean, that's a big question. But like the Bible also seems to say, well, like in Revelation 22 verses 14 and 15, if you are a murderer, you do not get access to the tree of life in the New Jerusalem, which would be, in my purview, going to heaven when you die.
Even if you spend the rest of your life
is a murder
spreading Jesus, even if you spend 2 decades, 3 decades, the rest of your life spreading Jesus, doing good works, really knowing Jesus in your heart.
Right. That's the thing, because the word that's used there in Greek is it's a noun, like in Revelation 22:15. So like I could see if it was like using had a tense applied to it, like, oh, if you're actively murdering people, like you're in the state of being a murderer, then you don't go to heaven. But the word that's used there when it says murderers, it's just a noun. It's a nominative masculine plural. So what constitutes as somebody being a murderer? I think if you kill somebody.
Can I make it even muddier? Okay, you said an unjust. Because can I make it even muddier? I am a big supporter. It's easy to do this. I feel like I'm virtue signaling for no reason, but it's easy to support our veterans. I'm a big supporter of veterans. I think we should be giving more support to the VA and funds and all this other stuff. That being said, are they, if you kill someone, are you in war, in an insurgency, an anti-insurgency plan? Are they murderers?
Yeah, and that's the other question. That's what they signed up to do. They know the possibility of having to do that. But then on the other hand, you have things like war crimes and undue loss of life, going into a random house out there in the Middle East and bushwhacking everybody. It's true. Like, what constitutes as actual murder? not just taking a life or killing, but murder. I guess that again is something that is a very heavy topic to try and talk about. All I can say is, according to what the word is saying there, if you murdered people and you go spread Jesus for 40 years afterwards, I'm not sure if you still get to go to heaven, even with repentance. But I do have to go.
Really sorry. Oh, okay. Actually, I won't keep on asking. In fact, if you would like just a sentence or two, Truth, it has been fun conversation, but what's your final word?
No final word. Just I appreciate the time and the consideration, and I hopefully the my viewpoint on the Bible being a full preterist can help some people reconcile if they were ever struggling with, well, how can I believe the Bible and how can I do this or that. My only hope is that the fulfilled covenantal eschatology route of the scriptures can bring some people to Christ. So thank you.
Thank you so very much, Truth. We do this every third Sunday of the month.
Perfect. Thank you. Bye.
So Roland in my chat, so I'm sorry I went silent there. There was a little bit of craziness going on with my chatters, and so I had to moderate text chat for a minute. But one of my guys was saying that, let me pull it back up, push an electric universe, saying that gravity isn't explained well. And then I told him that electric universe is fringe and that there's actually models that explain the universe quite well. And general relativity is going to explain gravity quite well, right? But he was saying, so when you say fringe, does that mean only mainstream theory that has significant flaws, entropy and gravity being a couple? So entropy is just it's going from order to disorder, right? It's like leveling out the distribution, I guess. It's going from the ability to do more work to the ability to do less work, right? And so that's what leads to the chemical reactions we have, right? Pull that back up, it got pushed down. But entropy is not a flaw. Entropy is part of the model. Gravity, actually, the formulas for gravity are all throughout Lambda CDM, right? I don't know if you've seen Lambda CDM, but it's a formula that explains most of the stuff in the universe quite well. And then there's quantum theory, which is explaining the micro scale. So Lambda CDM is like macro scale. Quantum theory is like micro scale.
Gotcha.
The issue that we have is there's not a unified theory, right? That's what the search is for right now, is a unified theory.
Tying the big to small.
Right. And so we have independent explanations of the small and the big, but it's just how exactly do the forces arise from the small to the big? It's not like why do they arise? It's not what the purpose is for them to arise. It's how do they arise is the question, right? And so that's what they're working on right now, figuring out the modeling for that. That's the only weakness. And DeFreak just submitted a super chat for $2. Thank you, DeFreak. I guess you want to just invite everybody in the audience up and see who comes up, since there's no hands up. See if anybody wants to chat.
Yep, we're probably going on hour 4. Probably do like another hour.
Yep.
But I'm good. Let's just invite.
I don't know if I got another hour in me. I'm thinking about streaming again tonight, but
that's okay.
I got a little bit.
I meant the maximum. So by all means, if you're ready to close out now, but I've had a fun time. We've had some good conversations.
Yeah. So everybody in the audience, though, make sure you click that link that DeFreak clicked. That's the YouTube rap video with B.S. Lewis. I'll also put it in the side chat for the people here if anybody wants to watch it. I got the short ready to go. I do want to say, I am so grateful that B.S. Lewis was able to turn that throwaway rap I did into something amazing. You listened to that, right? You said you listened to that?
No, I said at the beginning. I said I was going to go afterwards. I started
yeah.
looking because that is funny. Let me tell you something. I'm sure it's not as equally funny, but you should watch Ben Shapiro. Got really angry when that song WAP came out, and he basically said a paragraph or two of lyrics. And, of course, the internet then created a Ben Shapiro remix.
Yeah, he's like my wife isn't like that. Like, what? I don't want to go into detail.
No, I know. And then everyone was like,
he's like,
so your
he's
wife
like, my wife isn't like that. If your wife is like that, then she needs to go to a doctor or something. Isn't that what he said?
Yes, and then everyone started making memes that basically, that must mean that his wife has a. I'm sending love to Ben Shapiro's wife out there. I'm sure she's lovely.
I mean, to me, that points to one of two directions, right? Either intimacy issues or Ben Shapiro caused intimacy issues.
Yeah, it shouldn't be the Sahara Desert if it's your husband, but whatever. Maybe they need counseling.
It's pretty funny. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Thank you.
No, the rap is just I threw together a script for it, and then I did some like singing and some rapping, and I had like 3 minutes of singing and rapping, and I sent it over to B.S. Lewis, and he was able to make a masterpiece out of it.
That's awesome. Okay, I'll check it out.
I don't know how he saved it. It was so bad. Like I threw it away. I'm like, BS, I don't know what to do with this. If you want to use this, you can put it up on your channel with something. But I've been trying to figure out how to make this into a song, and I don't know what I'm doing. This is horrible. And then he sends me a DM, and it's just this is like banger. He sent me a banger.
Hello.
What's going on, Leo?
Hey, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing all right.
Yeah, I'm doing all right as well. I've been doing some stuff for some university stuff and things of that sort. Yeah, I've noticed that I've been invited to this VC, so I was kind of wondering what you guys were talking about.
Yeah. We're just talking about religions and rap and all sorts of stuff. Professor Hizzle just submitted a super chat in my stream for both of. He's saying to both of us, only caught the ass into the screen on my thing crashed when I clicked it. Only caught the ass into the stream, but thanks, Amy and Taco.
Oh, sending love.
I hate how my stream crashes or my YouTube page crashes randomly on me. That's really annoying. But what's going on, Leo? I know you're a theist, right?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, you're an atheist. Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
I got you mixed up with somebody else. So what do you want to talk about today? We were just inviting everybody up in the audience because
I mean,
all the theists had ran away.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I didn't have anything in particular in mind. I just saw that you guys were inviting people over, so I guess, like, I don't know. I guess I could talk to you guys about the things that I've been doing philosophy-wise, given that I'm a philosophy student. Like, I can tell you guys what I've been doing lately when it comes to that. If you guys are interested.
Sure. Can you tell us that? And then I always joke that theology wishes that it was philosophy. Do you have any thoughts on that? But yeah, either of those two things.
Yeah, I was lately I've been writing like a seminar for one of my philosophy exams. It is centered around German idealism and Hegel's metaphysics of history, right? And like lately, I've been writing and reading quite a bit about Hegel's philosophy of history, or I guess his lecture on the philosophy of history, and I was trying to assess like the metaphysical implications that history, or the metaphysical relevance that history has within his worldview or system. I don't know if you guys are like familiar with that work.
Sorry about that. I often get told to read Hegel by different theists, but I don't think I've had the pleasure.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, like his work, at least as far as I've managed to gather in this. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want to like trump my interpretation of Hegel's work as like the primary or like the only correct interpretation, right? Or like the correct interpretation, because obviously it you know might not be, right? But
Was Hegel a Christian idealist?
A Christian idealist, I mean, in a sense, I would actually, I mean, reading into his lecture, I would actually say that he was, because he considered to be, like, he considered Christian, or like German Christianity, or Germanic Christianity, like within the philosophy of history, to be like a moment in which, you know, like his theory of the world spirit, right, of the Geist, was heavily influenced by like his Christian doctrine, or like the Christian doctrine that he followed, as well as like Kant's practical philosophy. And so, like for him, like Germanic Christianity is going to be a moment in which, or the moment in which the Germanic tribes have accepted Christianity, was going to be the moment in which the spirit has achieved his like full self consciousness and freedom consequently. By freedom, I mean obviously, I mean like transcendental freedom, in the sense that, in the way that Kant defined freedom. But yeah, I don't know. Like this terminology might not necessarily be like as familiar to guys if you haven't been.
So, for Immanuel
Keep up.
Kant, freedom is defined as autonomy, the ability to act according to the moral law that one gives oneself through reason, rather than being determined by external factors like physical desires or circumstances.
Yeah. So it's going to be a type of self-law giving, which is going to be independent of any like empirical or like pathological affection.
So, I'm probably leaning towards moral naturalism, some type
Sure.
of realism. I don't know if that would align with my position on morality, right? The way that I see how morality arises.
Oh, you think it wouldn't, like the Kantian, like Kantian practical philosophy wouldn't?
I think we are always impacted by the sense data, right? And the
Sure.
prior circumstances, and I don't think we have free will or the ability to act outside of what our prior circumstances have brought us to, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're going to get presented something. Like, if somebody presents you an argument, and like the evolutionary argument against naturalism, right? I mean, I've sat there and thought through it, but hang on. I've sat there and thought, so I had a cough there, but I've sat there and thought through it. But prior to sitting there and thinking through it, I didn't feel like it was a very persuasive argument, right? Like I had somebody tell me that this is a persuasive argument. This should convince you that the intersection of evolution and naturalism, or evolutionary argument, yeah, the intersection of evolution and naturalism shouldn't work like it does. But I feel like it's just a kind of like a misrepresentation of the positions almost. I mean, I don't know how to describe it, but like initially it was not persuasive it's still not persuasive to me, right? I've thought through the argument, but it was never persuasive to me. And it's like that with a lot of arguments. Like, people are going to present arguments to you, and even if it looks like it's sound to them, it might not seem sound to you, right? And
Sure.
it's just not persuasive, right? And so that's kind of like how I see the other moral positions, right? It just, from my understanding, the way that morality evolved, the way that morality arose is species evolving and developing these cognitive faculties and having to interact with each other and survive together, and it's a byproduct of that, right?
Yeah. So basically, it's not to try to put words in your mouth, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, right? So you would say that whenever we are in a position to like morally deliberate or make like moral deliberations and like any type of moral action, right, within the world, or like to other moral subjects, right, in which we are like in relation to, right, like you're saying that we cannot escape like a type of empirical causality in any way, that we are always conditioned by it.
I think so, yeah. And
Okay.
His idea of like self-legislation,
Mhm.
where actions are like rational principles and moral duty.
Okay.
That's stuff we develop, right, through impulses and consequences. Like, it's always going to be impacted by the impulses and the consequences. We're animals. We have no choice.
Yeah, but I mean, like within.
But
I
like,
mean,
you
within
don't get to be purely rational when it comes to morality, even if you try to seem objective with it.
But I guess it would depend on, like, assessing objective morality from Kantian's, like, the ontological position, at least from my understanding of the Critique of Practical Reason, right? His understanding of the moral law, right, or like the form of, like what he, I think another way that he calls the moral law in the Critique is like the form of like general or like objective morality or something like that. There are like a couple of like multiple formulations or like terms for the moral law in the Critique, but like the form, right, of the moral law, which is gonna be equivalent to the categorical imperative, right, is going to be of an a priori nature, right, which is going to be, if it's a priori, it's always
for a reason.
Yeah, or it's going to be arrived at through reason, but more specifically, its nature is going to be independent of any empirical data. Right?
There's a lot of people in the audience that don't do any philosophy reading. Can you try to use more simple terms for some of this stuff, just so that
the moral? Oh, sure. I didn't. I forgot that other people were, or there were like multiple people listening. But yeah. So the moral law, right, from Kant's Critique of Practical Reason, right, which is his, like, one of his most famous, I guess, works on ethics. So the moral law is going to be like the primary idea, or the law, which is gonna basically be an instantiation of a universal, or like an.
You cut out there.
Oh, sorry, my internet connection is
kind of universal.
Sure. So the moral law is basically going to be like a universal type of what we say, like, moral code, right? Which is going to be applicable in any moral situation. So, for example, if you take, in context or into consideration the categorical imperative, right, which says that you should, like, treat every single human not as like a means to an end, but as an end itself, right? That moral law in, Kant's ethics, right, is going to be applicable in every single moral situation. So, for example, let's say that we had, like, hypothetically, right, let's say that we had like an old lady, right, crossing the street, and the old lady simply, I don't know, trips over and falls, and there is like a car that is about to like run her over, right? So according to the objective moral law, or the categorical imperative, the normative, moral proposition which would follow from following the categorical imperative would be that you must, or you have to save the old lady, which would trip over and fall, right? Or have her life be threatened, right?
I think though how most people actually would look at a situation like that is they're going to analyze the positives and negatives and their experience, the way they were raised, the culture, state, federal, local laws. I think they're going to analyze all of that in a split second because that's their experience and make a decision off of that, right?
Oh, you think that like the motivation to like act or not act, like in a certain moral situation, is going to be like merely like gut feeling based?
It's going to be guided, not necessarily gut feeling, but it's going to be impacted almost entirely by all the experiences leading up to that point.
So you don't believe that like a person, right? Like any like a single individual.
Morality exists in the sense that it's the way that a way that we've developed to as a social species and other species. I think other species have like lower forms of morality, right? Or ways that they engage with each other for positives and negatives, right? And I think it's a way that we've developed to engage. So first off, it's guided. It's been guided by evolution. It's selected for, right? It's a ability that we can do with our brains, reason through the physical state and determine what we feel like would benefit our group the best, right? And most of the time it's applied more towards in groups until actually rather recently when we become more of a global population, right? And so I think that's why it's getting a lot more like woke or whatever, right? Because there's a lot more communication and it's not just in groups anymore. And people that are in those in groups are communicating with everybody else, and it's changing our sense of cultural norms, right? But that's how we reason, right? It is with cultural norms, with society, with our thoughts towards other people, with our thoughts about the laws, the state, federal, local laws, the history. We think about history, right? But when we're making a decision about morality, that's all happening usually in like a split second. I mean, sometimes you have time to deliberate and should I do this? Should I not do that? But if there's like a truck getting ready to slam into an old lady and you've got a split second to respond, I mean, most people, based on the way that we've developed, we're a social species, the feeling you get for helping somebody, it releases endorphins, that type of thing. Most people are going to instantly do that without thinking about it, right? But it's because of all the prior experiences, right? Like if you were like a sociopath, you might just let them go, right?
I mean, sure. I mean, I don't disagree with like anything that you've said so far, but like if we were to, but I wouldn't necessarily say that Kant would consider what you've given as like an example or like a reason for people, acting morally, right? I personally, at least when it pertains to my interpretation of Kant, which like as I've like mentioned, might not be as like the most correct one, but so bear with me. But like, if Kant wouldn't necessarily consider people acting like on the basis of their prior experiences, which are going to be obviously like empirically or like pathologically affected, he wouldn't consider those motivations to be I guess qualities or things which would qualify you for a moral action or to act morally, because as soon as your actions, right, and your motivations to act within a given situation is going to be inspired, or if your will is going to be like motivated by like an outside, empirical, object or of desire, right? Whether it be your own self pleasure or like the pleasure that the other person is going to give to you, right? For helping them, hypothetically, for him that is not going to be considered a moral action, because to act morally would be to apply like a universally applicable moral law, and to follow
So
it.
do you argue for like a moral field like T-Jump does?
I mean, just like for the record, I'm not the one who haven't adopted like the ontology. I'm just telling you what.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what I would think.
With it.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what I would think that Kant would possibly object to what you're saying.
Gotcha. So why are you bringing all? So we were on Hegel. So, and you cited Kant in response to what Hegel was saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, because
Hegel was referencing a Christian God mind, because Hegel was referencing some type of divine conceptualism, if I'm not mistaken. It was like an idealistic divine conceptualism.
Yeah, I mean, he did think that there like existed like a substance, right? Like what we consider that to be God is like to be discussed, but even he wrote in the Philosophy of History that like the world and everything that has like reality, right, or existence is going to be ordained or have its being instantiated by this substance, right, which is going to be ultimate and at the end of the day like transcendentally free, right? Because it's going to be limitless or not like constrained by any other thing or cause, right? Which means that it's going to be uncaused. And from there, right, like going from that substance, he says that the substance, when incarnated within the real world, right, in which we operate, the substance is basically instantiated in the form of the spirit, right, or of the Geist, which he calls it, and the Geist is consequently like shown through the moral acting of subjects or like people within history. So that's going to be like the causal link, I guess, like roughly speaking.
So you're saying that the causal link to the moral field, and do you take Hegel's position?
No, I didn't. No, I don't. I was just. I just brought it up
for him. The causal link to the moral field or the physical substrate, whatever it is just the science to today, and then you can trace the morality over time.
No. So for him, I mean, like the Kantian position that he adopts is going to be quite, or like the parallels with Kant's practical philosophy are going to be very, like, quite evident when you read Philosophy of History. So like I would say that his writings are heavily motivated by, or like impacted by Kant's deontology. And so given that Kant was obviously like a Protestant Christian, right, he obviously did believe in God's existence, or he did affirm it, to say the least. Like he thought that the objective or universal the moral law, right, which existed independently of any experience or sense data, right, which was just like a pure idea, right, in the mind. He thought that the cause of that idea was obviously going to be God, right, because he is obviously the universal or like objectively existing, all powerful, being with all of the other omni properties. And so like obviously he would be the primary candidate for instantiating such a law, and so given that, right, if we adopt Hegel, or if we look at Hegel's metaphysics of history, then like it is going to be quite evident that he adopts like Kant's, I guess, theistic position. But yeah.
So what's the point of all that? Where are you trying to go with that?
I was just trying to like discuss and like see what you guys thought about it. which we obviously
divine conceptualism seems kind of nonsense. Idealism seems kind of nonsense. It's both of those pose another ontology, or claim that our existence is a different ontology than what it appears to be. They both seem to be unfalsifiable. They seem to be nonsensical. There seems to be better support for some form of moral naturalism, whether you call that real or anti-real, or whether you take the realist position or anti-realist position isn't really relevant, I don't think.
Super real.
It seems to be a byproduct of the physical stuff doing the stuff. And then, like I said, the other stuff just seems to be claiming additional ontologies outside of what we actually have access to, right? I don't see how anybody could claim those positions and think they're being parsimonious.
I find that the entire idea of deontological ethics is not the way almost anybody I can think of actually lives. Taco's previous example of saying how many factors come up in the moment to find out what actual action a person will take will be faster than the justification will have formed in their own minds. So whatever process is there, it can be instinctual at that point, but you won't have rationalized it at the speed at which you'll act upon it. So the entire idea of thinking that you're going to follow any given system ultimately and faithfully, I don't see who lives that way. Like, because I see nothing but exceptions across the board. Like, we can have general frameworks. It's like saying, here's an ideal, but it's never the full picture that I can see.
Right, most people are acting in their best interest, right? And so, like, they have their best interest as number one, and then they have family or whatever as number two as that comes up. And they build like a hierarchy in their head, right? And I don't know how better to explain it. Or I guess like they and family would be number one, and then number two would be like their in group, and then number three would be like their out group. And so there's like a hierarchy there. Like, you would save your kid over saving a random old person that's about to get like railroad example, right? If you have one family member versus one random old person, you're going to save the family member every time, even if you don't have time to think about that decision, right? Just because of the familiarity. And you're not going to like think that it's just going to be an instant like save the family, right?
Yeah. But yeah, like
it doesn't matter if that person on the other side of the track is a world leader that may be more impactful to all of society than your family member, and they could save more lives than that family member, right? And they could promote more freedom than that family member.
Yeah.
If you enter a situation like that, you're going to save the family member probably every time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that would be the most like obvious moral intuition that one would have in that situation. But yeah, like I would like to answer Andrew, right? What you were talking about when it comes to people like it being a rarity that like most people or some people would actually follow like to the absolute most, like to the absolute point, like these types of like objective moral laws, right? Like even Kant wrote about it in Critique that within, like, if there was actually like an objective or universal moral law, right, which says that you have to treat every single human as not as a means to an end but as an end itself, that like he also did affirm that subject, if he were to always act in accordance with that law, it would obviously cause some
Sorry, you cut off again there.
It would be.
It would cause. It would cause you to, and that's when the cut happened.
It would cause you like a lot of like pain, and it would cause you like pain and harm in some situations, right? If you were to like fully commit to treating other people not as a means to an end, but as an end itself, right? Following the categorical imperative. Like, it would be, given that in some instances, if you were to follow that law, right, you would presumably, hurt yourself or, cause yourself some harm in order to try to treat others, better, right? Or, justly and morally. Like, it obviously would seem, to be quite a rarity for somebody to, to find such a person who would, follow the law to its absolute point,
Well, with the categorical imperative, you run into the same sort of scenario where you're trying to balance multiple factors. And the weighting that you're going to give to any given set of factors is going to be different than the next person, which shows inherently not objective. Every little piece of value that's attached there, no matter how direct and explicit you try to describe the framework, the application can never be objective, unfortunately, which means you can never actualize it.
Kind of like you said, that you can for your will to like fully, I guess, like commit to the moral law, right? You would basically have to be, self-sacrificing to the most absolute point, right? Because like if you were to follow the law, which in which you would have to like sacrifice yourself in some situations, you would obviously simultaneously have to negate your will, right? And like risk your life, in order to fully follow the law, which Khan even said that like it is impossible for him. It is going to be like a process of coming to being moral rather than what we said, like it being possible for us to fully follow the law. If what I said makes sense.
Well, that sort of sounds like the conclusion I had before, that in the end, you're still going to have your own weighting system. And it's an ideal, not actually a prescription.
Yeah.
So without a practical application, it's the worst kind of wishful thinking to assume that it's ultimate. It's fine to hold this as if you want to understand, for instance, the kind of conclusion I will come to if I give you these descriptive factors of like, here's my general weighting, here's this framework, here's a secondary framework, and then you have to ask the question as to whether or not, for instance, moral is moral only acts you take or also acts you don't take. So if I do nothing, is that immoral? So there's a question about how you even view that, because
will we agree? Will we agree that it would be in some instances, like enacting would be considered immoral?
Is someone guilty for a thing they didn't do? It's like, that's always a question about what's owed. Now that's where it gets even worse when you try to judge someone, when we understand that no one seems to follow any given system to its utmost. It seems as far as I can tell, would seem to be impossible and not even close for even the people who pretend they follow. Take religious followers who will throw away, oh, well, these laws don't count, for instance, or I interpret it this way.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of why I threw oughts out the window. I find that every time you come up with an ought, we find another exception where it just seems somebody wants a kind of force to use, either a force to use against others or as a means of justifying the thing they can't justify to themselves directly, but they want to find a way to shoehorn justification in for that feeling that they've got. So I find that the oughts, the necessity to chase after that, is one of our biggest follies. Is feeling that you have to end up with an ought, rather than realizing that, as Taco was describing before, that we come to those snap conclusions, and when we think of ethics, we can all quietly judge each other, right, for all of our actions, but in the end, what do we really act on? And those are the things that we make laws out of. So you can think all sorts of things are wrong, but how many things are illegal? because those are the ones that really constrain action to the point where we say we're willing to act on the thing that we might consider immoral, for instance. And we realize that in those other areas, the level of wrong, quote unquote, that is, isn't enough for us to act on. And we kind of know it. The fact that we apply laws the way we do leads me to believe that our search for ethics is the worst kind of wishful thinking and forgetting the fact that we draw lines on what we actually act on and what we're willing to punish someone else for instance, because enforcement tends to be the outcome. That's how laws end up coming to be with that. So why is my question? Is this actually a truly meaningful endeavor, or is this more of a very mild intellectual exercise based on how we execute it in reality?
So your question would be why we should like try to universalize our like moral deliberation in the first place? Is that what I'm?
It's that fruitless search for normativity. I don't pretend there's normative. That is the worst thing. It's the absolute. The people who search for absolutes are people I tend to think are absolutely wrong. Ironically, it's like the intolerance paradox. You want normativity? No. We ain't getting there. Nobody's getting there. You're going to violate your own. So someone's looking for some hope. Yeah.
Would you say this is just going to be like out of curiosity? Would you consider universality and a thing being absolute to be the same thing? So if something is universal, it is at the same time absolute.
Well, I guess one could say, imagine this. Imagine that everyone's value systems were somehow perfectly aligned. That could be a momentary state of being, right? For the sake of argument, doing this as a hypothetical. At a moment in time, potentially everyone could agree. But then the moment changes, and somebody either changes their mind or we get a new mind in the mix, and that one disagrees now. So now we've lost our normativity again. So technically, you could be universal at a moment in time. Universally, all people believe X. Sure. And 5 seconds later, someone changes their mind, and you're back to square one again. So I think you could see the real impact. See, normativity is a thing we strive to, but that's why, for instance, most of the things that become codified into law are so much more basic, right? Why aren't laws super intricate? Because we go down to lower common denominators for the sake of function. That's how we run.
Sure. Although I wouldn't consider laws like per se to, given certain historical implications of laws, so like I wouldn't consider all like current or like law giving so far like within history to be what would you like? How did you phrase it again?
The things we choose to act on.
No, like the last thing you said pertaining to laws.
The idea of attempting to reach normativity.
No, it was the.
I'm not sure I can help you with what you missed.
yeah, I missed the very last thing you said. I'm sorry. No, I'm watching a video at the same time.
Don't worry, I'm kind of spitballing here too, so I don't think I could phrase it. I'm sure if I could walk over it deliberately and get it right.
Was it like you considered laws to be, like, was it like elementary or like?
So I did mention lowest common denominator. Like the idea that these are the things that we come to because they're the simple basics. Like the idea of you don't kill people without a suitable kind of justification, and then they sort of codify ideas around what justification could be, for instance. So murder, defining murder, and trying to give a framework for what could be justification, because that's the idea, is that murder is unjustified.
Yeah.
So we attempt to come up with the basics for social function. It's like going, okay, where are we at? You know,
Yeah, but see, basics of, but I wouldn't say that that holds true. Like that statement that like laws are gonna be, like basics which would like hold true for like social function. I wouldn't consider that to be like universal true, especially when it comes to like certain historical, yeah, or to be.
I never pretended universal. I'm just saying this is how we come about them. We come about them.
You would say that would be like their purpose.
Well, this is regardless of how we judge things on a moral basis. It's those things that we choose how we're going to actually fight against and act against. See, I can quietly judge someone for an act as immoral and realize,
okay,
what am I going to do about this? And when the answer is nothing, what does that judgment really do? You know?
Well, you like the judgment to like,
yeah, I make a judgment call. I see an act, I go, bad. And it's what you do with that judgment. Just to say that I have it in my head, that's cool. But where does that start to matter? That's kind of the area I focus on first. And with and just keeping an eye on the side chat here. Yep, good and bad are relative, absolutely. Which is why the stuff that I'm claiming that we tend to settle on are some of this most simple, basic stuff.
I mean, sure, yeah,
commonalities. Yeah,
sure.
That's what we search for. I think of like our entire idea of instituting laws is an exercise in finding as much commonality without dreaming that we've achieved normativity. So it's the overlap there.
I mean,
so, yes, everything's relative. Everything's relative.
I mean, you don't have to like. You can. I think you can, but you can achieve. I mean, surely you can achieve normativity, and still hold it to be relative, right? Or at least like, don't you?
I described that. I gave you a exact scenario for that. Remember that?
Yeah, I mean,
where everyone happens to agree in one given moment until 5 seconds later. Yeah, I gave you a hypothetical for that. You can also achieve that through mass homicide by killing everybody who disagrees with you.
Sure.
Which, of course, is kind of the objective of certain other people who want to tell us about absolute, morality. They apparently wield homicide as the solution for achieving said end. So, just saying.
Sure. Yeah, to be fair, I kind of, I like half stopped listening like a couple of minutes ago, so like I've had a ton of like lapses of memory, so apologies for that.
I will say in about 15 or 20 minutes, I am probably gonna have to go myself.
Yeah, I'll actually go right now because it's getting quite late in here. So, but yeah, it has been a interesting conversation, at least for me. But yeah,
I joined substantially late. I'm not actually sure what time the invite actually arrived, so I stood and listened for a few moments to find out where the conversation was at before joining in.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I've no idea.
Inviting everybody up in the audience then.
No, it's a good conversation.
But I guess we'll go ahead and start closing it down. I appreciate everyone being here. Excuse me, I appreciate everyone being here today. Amy's link is in my description of the YouTube video. So if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed to Amy, make sure you subscribe to Amy. She makes great content. She's been around the YouTubes a long time now, a lot longer than me, and done a lot of debate. She works with modern day. Do you still work with modern day debate, or has that stopped?
Yeah, haven't been modding like I used to, but I've been doing some debates on there, and still sending love to everybody in the debate community.
All right, yeah, she does a lot of debates and has for a long time. So make sure to subscribe to her. If you're in the audience here, make sure you subscribe to both of us. I do have a new rap single out. I guess it was a duo because it was BS Lewis and I. So make sure you all listen to that. BS Lewis and I have become rappers. So that's a thing. Do you have any good last words?
No, just I'm sending the same thing back. Sending love to Tacos chat and everyone out there on the internet. You should be subscribing to his amazing channel. And another awesome show. I enjoyed the conversation. I don't think Taco and I were convinced this week that a God exists, but I think we had some good conversations, both with all the theists and the last atheist or skeptic or two that came on. So I just want to thank everybody and looking forward to the next one.
Yep, and let's get all those members. Don't forget to get memberships on both channels because there's great content. Like hidden, at least on mine, I have all the stuff that I can't have monetized hidden. So there's some pretty crazy stuff there. And then on top of, except for the rap song, I can't have those monetized, unfortunately. But those are amazing. But yeah, and super chats. Don't forget to send us both super chats. Those are awesome. But I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out and watching the show. We will be here again next month. Hopefully, we'll have a few more people. I don't know though. If we keep having a hard time finding, I mean, we had theists to talk to, but even on YouTube, I'm having a hard time finding theists to talk to. We need to get some more theist circles mixed in with us somehow.
Indeed.
If anybody knows any theist circles that they can get us involved in, just like whether that's you going on, I know there's theists in my audience. If you guys can go on there and like be like, hey, you guys need to talk to Taco or something. He does live streams, or talk to Amy. She does live streams, right? I'm sure you have theists in your audience too, right?
Indeed. Though they seem to be running away. We got to get even more. Got to find them.
Yeah, that would help a ton. We're having a hard time finding theists to talk to on multiple fronts. So even on like debates, I can't find theists that want to do debates. I emailed like 200 theists a few months ago, and I got
Take care, guys.
like one or two. Yep, have a good one, man.
I
got like one or two responses from theists.
Yeah, I think we're just the internet's turning them all atheists.
That's what I'm thinking, right? I mean, I'm thinking everybody's becoming an atheist.
Maybe it's just summer and people are busy.
That might be it.
It could be that the theists migrate, and so yes.
I mean, I'm starting to think that Dune is more real than the Christian God.
Listen, it's not that Dune is real, it's that he knows about the spice.
I mean, the statement, what's the statement? Fear is the mind killer is so much more real than anything in the Bible. Come on.
It is very snappy. I gotta hand it to him.
All right. Well, everybody have a wonderful day. I'm going to go ahead and close this down. I got to do some chores and whatnot. I might run a stream again tonight. I got to talk to my wife. We were watching a Final Destination last night, and I fell asleep in that. But that is what it is, right? I'm getting old. I fall asleep in movies now.
Listen,
right, everybody have a...
It was my first Final Destination, and so I completely understand. I like horror, but it's okay. I could save you. Death wins.
Yeah, death wins in pretty much all the Final Destination movies.
Exactly.
So it's just like watching people die in really horrible ways, and I'm just like, I don't know. I just fell asleep during it. My wife loves those movies, and I've seen a couple of them, but it's just like, I remember when I was a kid, like 16, 17, I saw the first Final Destination, and it was a lot to take in. It was a lot.
I can understand that.
All right, everyone, have a good afternoon. I'll probably stream this evening. I just got to talk with my wife, but you guys all have a wonderful one. We will see y'all shortly, I think. And Amy, if you ever want to come on the live streams, I've been streaming like every night. Just pop on, and I'll throw you in the description, and people can subscribe to you.
Ooh, I may take you up on that offer. So I want to do more
like
streams.
JL Warren and Leo Philius come on all the time, and we've been getting some theists, but it's mostly like crazy theists right now. So hopefully one day I get people like the line gets.
I know. Come on, crazy theist. Come out and talk to us.
Right. All right, everybody. See y'all later. Take it easy. Thank you for coming.
You too.
And all right, everybody, it's about to hit hour 5, so I think I am going to politely sneak away. It's Sunday, so there's got to be lots of people I can send you to. Modern Day Debate is having a debate. Oh my goodness. Is there an Islamic dilemma? Yes, both of your religions aren't true. It's funny because it's Daniel versus David Wood. I moderated one of Daniel's debates, and that he blurred me out. I love religion because I was showing skin, but also I've talked the other day about David Wood in that debate con, how it's still amazing because he seems like a normal person. Charismatic, intelligent, not a bad looking guy, admitted psychopath, picky, but religion saved him. But now he holds AP's hand, mentally at least. Oh my goodness, I am just sending love. I gotta get MTV. I have a debate on, and T-Jump's got a rerun. Go check out T-Jump's channel. T-Jump's probably streaming something. And I normally send love to the ACA, the Line. They normally do shows on the weekend, right? I know the ACA does, some of my favorites when I was joining this community. Talk Heathen goes live today. Call it the Atheist Experience goes live today. So there's a lot of great skeptic content. If you're still looking for it, sounded like Taco was going to stream again. And so check it out. I am sending love to you all, including my co-host, James W. I do want to thank you for, on this episode, if I could start to speak English, this episode of Theist Helpline, where we asked theists what they believe in and why. I'll put some titles either later tonight or tomorrow into the description so people got a clue what they're joining. But it has been fun. I want to send love to all our awesome mods, the lovely people in chat, and viewers like you who enjoy this, who make this channel even possible. But if they also, and you also, enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. It's so weird that is like that sentence. Like, follow, subscribe. Like, follow, subscribe. You see it in movies. You see it in horror movies. We're about to go to the haunted house, and this is my podcast document. Like, follow, subscribe. Oh, God. Then you gain bell access to that bell icon. I've been thinking about also ranting a little bit, doing just like an hour-long podcast pre-recorded where I just vent into a microphone with no like this, how there's no video, because I realized that I listen to a lot of Bill Burr's stuff, and he does a podcast every once or twice a week, and I mean, half the problem with me going live is that it takes me 30 to 40 minutes to put my face on, and yeah, I could get it down to like 15-20 minutes, but it's a pain in the butt. So maybe if I just scream into a void for like, half an hour to an hour, I can upload that. Just more stuff to send out there. I want us and James to be doing more content. We're going to be coming out with more fun stuff. Yes, sending love out there. Maybe we'll go and have some fun with Taco. Sending love to all the other hosts out there. Let's see. Well, I want to send all the people who sent us all super chats, all the people who send in channel membership or join with our evolving badge system, and evolution. I really do want to do more content on it because, you know, there's nothing about evolution that negates a god, but it negates how should I say this? The stupid gods. And I get it, they're thousands of years old. So, like, the people thousands of years ago weren't stupid. They were the best and brightest at the time, and they were just trying to survive. I mean the people now that, like, sip cappuccinos like you and I do, and yet believe that a man resurrected and had 72 hours of decay undone. Boop. But he's God. Can't he do anything? I know. Then any of it. Then the Muslims who claim that Muhammad flew and cut the moon in half. Why couldn't an omni-God do that? Once you accept the omni-God, sure. But I want better evidence. Like, it can be an omni-God to do anything, but why can't the omni-God, like, give us good empirical evidence of these miracles? All right, I could tangent forever. This is why I need to rant probably for 45 minutes. Probably cathartic, right? Hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? You can also head over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, link of which is below. Thank you to the Politics Discord for hosting Taco and myself. I would also like to send love to all our patrons at patreon.com/Amy Newman, where you can get some unique content and some fun stuff. And me and James W. will send our love out to y'all. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. We will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good day, good night, everyone.